Yo, what's up, gamers? Welcome to Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful Thursday and ready for some Gym Leader Challenge action. That's what we got on the agenda tonight. GLC League Night number 39 of the 2026 season is getting underway right now. If you're tuning in for the first time, welcome. It is a really fun group that we got here in Akron, Ohio for Gym Leader Challenge. And what we do is we have a season that spans an entire year, and players try to win with as many different types of Gym Leader Challenge decks as they can throughout the year. So 52 weeks. And then that means that there could be 52 badges earned, except not 52 because our GLC League Night is on Thursday, which means that we're always going to miss Thanksgiving. And then this year, I think Christmas or New Year was also Christmas and New Year's, I think, were also both on Thursdays. So, yeah, so we've missed a few Thursdays, but somewhere in the ballpark of 50 badges are going to be handed out throughout the year. Right now, your badge leader is Alex Carpenter, the two-time Gym Leader Challenge League champion. He won in 2024, he won in 2025, and now he has twice as many badges as the next player. But there is a chase pack with 3 badges. Quite a few players sitting at 3, but Alex Carpenter has quite the lead at 6. So he is looking like he is in a very good spot for the 2026 badge race as well, which will end in July. And we'll have a GLC Invitational, which Alex Carpenter won last year as well. Thanks so much, Peter, for that sub over on Twitch, and Raylan for the dono. Shout out to Brazil. I know there's a nice Gym Leader Challenge scene in Brazil. Shout out to everybody in Brazil who plays Gym Leader Challenge. Now we've got last week's badge winner, Ben Morse, on the feature match round number 1. He was able to take his fighting deck to a win last week. And now Ben is going to be trying out his colorless deck that he has been working on. So Ethan on the right, Ethan Angelini, could be playing Psychic. So excited to see how this one goes. We just got a new kind of counter. You can't really see it all as the camera doesn't hit that angle right, but in the tournament space, that counter down there is like really nice. It is a kind of like a custom counter. It's got Full Grip Games on the front. It's got an inner shelf so that you can you can store stuff. Yeah, just a nice little addition to the feature match table. I was just thinking to myself, I need to download this new Diggersby that Ben has been obsessed with, low-key. Diggersby, I think from Perfect Order. Yes, the Diggersby from Perfect Order. Ben has been very into this card. And it's kind of a funny guy. I mean, it does 140 damage. It's a stage 1 Pokemon. Does 140 damage for 1 energy. I mean, that's pretty good. It's got 150 hit points. And Earthquake, 140 damage for 1, but it also does 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. So that is a downside. However, you could turn that downside into an upside. There are Pokemon that can use damage counters being placed as a positive. I mean, I've seen Alec at our local league and JD have been working on a colorless deck that plays like an unpheasant, right? It's because there's this P-Dove that if it's got like damage counters on it, like 3 damage counters on it or whatever, it can instantly evolve into unpheasant. You like go search your deck for an unpheasant and like evolve it, which is kind of crazy, right? So there's definitely some synergies. All right, round 1 is getting underway now here at GLC League. I'm very excited for this weekend as well. I'm going to be a featured guest at Collect-A-Conway in Conway, Arkansas. So if you are in the area, definitely make sure to check it out. It's sure to be a great time. They're going to have a standard 1K tournament and a GLC 1K tournament. I'm going to be able to play in the Gym Leader Challenge events. I'm also going to be doing a meet and greet there for anybody who wants a chance to meet me, say hello. I'm going to have some merch at a merch table. Just going to be a fun time. So very much looking forward to that. Again, if you're in the Conway, Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas area and want to check out a cool trading card game collectibles event, definitely make sure to check out Collect-A-Conway. I'm stoked to be there, and I'll see you all there. Now, Ben's got a very strong start with the Fan Rotom. Of course, Fan Rotom, one of the strongest starters in Gym Leader Challenge formats, and has got just 70 hit points, but some great words on it, right? First of all, the Fan Call ability can only be used on the first turn of the game. Allows you to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less and put them into your hand. And then, of course, the Assault Landing attack does 70 damage if there's a Stadium card in play. Ben is able to get that Fan Rotom into the active spots with Jet Energy and passes. Wow, okay, and Ethan's got a Cruel Charge with Articuno. I've been thinking about this Articuno more and more. It's a really cool card, especially if you're playing like Professor's Letter in your deck. Being able to just instantly charge it and snipe 120 damage can be really, really intimidating. As we see, I mean, Ethan's kind of got like an instant, board state almost just by slamming the Articuno down with Cruel Charge, attach Mystery Energy to it, and end. If Ethan is able to find a way to pivot this Inkay out of the active spot to the bench, then that's a turn 120 damage snipe anywhere on Ben's board. I have to imagine Ethan would like... It's tough, right? Like, you probably take out the Bunnelby, as funny as it is, because you would like to take out the Bidoof, but the Bidoof's got a bench barrier built in, so you can't do that. So I think the next best choice would probably be the Bunnelby, since the Bunnelby is that early aggro attacker that can just do 120 damage. But we'll see if Ethan was able to find the pivot. I don't believe so. I see TM Evolution, Fog Crystal. Can't use TM Evolution right now since Ethan decided to attach Mystery Energy to the Articuno for turn. But Natu will get benched. Fog Crystal can go get either a basic psychic Pokemon or basic psychic energy. You see that Ethan is playing Cleffa, so Cleffa could be an option to help draw cards if Ethan's got to get into a new hand. I'm not sure. I don't think that Ethan has any consistency cards for next turn. Is eyeing up that Ralts, which he could use to maybe evolve into Curly. It does have, I think, Gallade and Energy and TM Evo. So could just... it's tough because you know that, like, Ben is going to probably find a stadium. As we see, I think Ben's got 1 or 2 stadiums in hand. Parallel City is going to be the choice, instantly making it so that Ethan has to discard a Pokemon. Going to discard Latios. And then Ben will be able to take a knockout with Fan Rotom. Assault Landing. And Ben just going to send the whole hand to the bottom of the deck. Doesn't have anything else, actually, off the end. Double Turbo to the Hop Snorlax is good, though. But Ben just saying, like, okay, I'm just going to churn with Squovit and finds Iono. Wow. Off of the Squovit, which is actually probably great for Ethan because Ethan's hand was looking pretty terrible. Ben just uses Nest Dash for 1. Able to get that Dodrio into play. Zooming Draw. Can place a damage counter on Dodrio. Draw an additional card. And it looks like Ethan's got Raihan in hand, but not a lot else. A couple energy, Mew, Town Map. Something interesting that Ethan could do is maybe use Town Map, reveal the prize cards, take a knockout with Articuno, and then, like, you know, I think it's Marnie off the top. Yeah. So I do like this Town Map. That's just going to allow Ethan to get, like, a perfect selection off of the prizes. As we could see, Malamar is prized, so that's pretty good. Hexmaniac also in the hands, so, I mean, could do a Hex turn, but I don't like that as much because Ethan doesn't really have a strong backup after the Hex. So it's like, are you really going to be able to take advantage of the momentum gained? I don't think so, right? So that would be my concern. I understand the temptation to want a Hex here, but I think what Ben would do is probably just attach energy to Snorlax and swing. So, like, what are you really gaining with the Hex? Because Ben already has a backup attacker kind of ready to go with the Hop Snorlax on the bench. All Ben needs to do is find an energy. And finding an energy is not going to be very hard with a Hex. You could double load this Galarian Articuno. You could put a 4th energy on it so that maybe you could pull off back-to-back Psy Lasers, because Psy Laser requires that you discard 2 energy. No, never mind. I'm lying. You have to discard all psychic energy. Yeah, never mind. I'm just literally lying. So no, you can't you can't load up the Articuno with more energy. That wouldn't make any sense. Ultimately, I like Ethan's decision to play the Marnie. I think that's probably the best thing. Finds Ultra Ball. It's a tough Ultra Ball, though. Has to decide to discard Recycle Energy or Wondrous Patch. I think Recycle Energy is the one. You can just let that one go. Obviously, can be useful as it's an energy. It just bounces back from the discard pile. It's also really good on the Galarian Articuno since it is a colorless energy, and Psy Laser requires that you discard all psychic energy from Galarian Articuno, so the Recycle Energy would stay. Thank you, Marco Spector, for the Prime sub over on Twitch and the 2 years. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I know, like, Ethan's having a really hard time figuring out, like, what to discard off this Ultra Ball and then what to discard, if anything, off Refinement, right? I think is ultimately deciding not to use Refinement, and is going to grab Pokegear off of the prizes. Decides to take out the Dodrio with Psy Laser. It's a nice target. Now that, Ben had actually evolved the Doduo up into Dodrio, I think that that's a very valid target. Ben's got Capture Energy for the Hop Snorlax. And is going to be able to search his deck for, looks like Oranguru with the Instruct ability in combination with the Squovit. Nice little draw engine. Now, Ethan could have held the Ultra Ball, right? And waited, because the Recycle Energy, you could have attached the Recycle Energy and waited to maybe use Ultra Ball to get Curlia this next turn. But maybe Ethan wants to actually evolve into Gallade. And it looks like Ben is just going to kind of keep pace by using Boss's orders. And then we'll put his hand to the bottom of the deck with Squovit, Nest Dash, Oranguru, Town Map. Oh, yeah, and things are clicking now as Ben is able to find Town Map and Bibarel off of the Instruct. Now has Bibarel online and can use its Industrious Incisors. And this is the power of the colorless engine, being able to play supporter cards and have, like, supporter cards like Boss's Orders or Guzma, and have explosive draw in the same turn. That is the colorless way, right? So Ben making full use of this Fan Rotom, going for another prize. And we'll see if Ethan is going to be able to cook up a response. Does have Pokegear and Wondrous Patch in hand. So it's possible this Articuno could go again, but it's going to be tough. Now, Ethan deciding to use Pokegear first. I think I would have liked to see Ethan maybe draw with Curlia first. And then maybe use Mew first as well, because Raihan was at the bottom of the deck. And I think Raihan is the card that actually allows Ethan to pull off a Psylaser attack this turn. You could go... Yeah, so like we know Ethan just put Raihan to the bottom of the deck with Marnie, right? And so I think I would have liked to see Curlia. I would have liked to see Mew first. Ethan's got the U-turn board in hand. Ooh, whiffing off of that Pokegear is really bad. It's really bad. Yeah, that's tough. So what is going on here? Yeah, whiffing off that gear is really, really bad. Again, would have liked to see Ethan rearrange the deck. Maybe with a card that he can find off of Mew. The Raihan would be a perfect play this turn. But without the energy acceleration of Xatu or Natu, Ethan is going to be falling behind. Looks like maybe a little too much. Is already down one prize. I think finds Guzma. We've got Boulder. And then Mew. Mew has not been used yet, right? I don't think so. It's possible. No, I don't think Ethan would not be able to get up to enough cards to be able to even hand match. And just a unfortunate turn there from Ethan. I think I even saw maybe Ethan had saw Guzma in the Pokegear, but didn't take it. So just a strange turn. And now Ben is going to be able to really assert this lead. by potentially taking another prize. Could always retreat to Hop Snorlax and take this knockouts with Dynamic Press. Could go Guzma if he can find it to knock out Curlia with the Fan Rotom. Looks like Ben is playing Lost City. Just saw that card in hand. Lost City, very good card in Gym Leader Challenge right now, as I could just put away attackers that decks are just trying to loop over and over again. Ben's got Diggersby. Diggersby can take the knockouts. But so can Fan Rotom. So I'm expecting just another Fan Rotom knockout here. And there we go. Assault Landing for the KO on Mew. I think I saw a Damage Mover in Ben's hand, which would imply to me that maybe he is playing the Unpheasant. Also, the Damage Mover, I think probably Ben is not playing Unpheasant, but the Damage Mover might just be to... Oh, it looks like Ethan also playing Lost City. The Damage Mover might be for... might be to move more damage counters onto Dodrio so that it can get up to a more threatening number quickly. So Ethan's got all this energy on Boulder, but doesn't have enough cards in hand to match Ben's hand size. And now with Versus Seeker in hand, Ben will grab Boss's orders and Assault Landing for 90 to knock out this Curlia. This Curlia is Ethan's only lifeline right now, as Ben just lays it on with attack after attack. Lily's Determination, Ethan's finally able to find, but it is pretty tough at this point, as I think has to attach the U-turn board to the Galarian Articuno. Galarian Articuno's got a retreat cost of 2. That is one of the big downsides of Galarian Articuno. So Ethan would have to find an energy to retreat the Galarian Articuno, and I don't think he does. And also Ben has got, I don't know, maybe 6 cards in hand, so it's not pretty here. For Ethan, as Ben just has 2 prizes left. I think it's just going to have to be another pass. And right now, Ben's got 3 attackers built up. I mean, Boulder is really good. Boulder's also got a Fighting Fury belt on it, but that's not going to be enough to take 5 prizes. So it just has to be a pass again from Ethan. And Ben's got a huge hand. Ethan would not be able to hand match Ben's hand anyways, as Ben has got over 6 cards in hand. So Ethan would have to somehow grow the hand size. And that's just, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is if Ben just like stops playing cards, like literally just stop playing cards, right? And just attack. And it looks like Ben's just deciding to do more. There's really no point. Ben could just sit there with an 8-card hand, and Ethan would never be able to hand match it. So I almost just like Ben, you know, going swing with like Diggersby or something. as there's certainly no way that Ethan would be able to match hand sizes and use a boss's orders or something to take out the Hop Snorlax. Which at this point, the Hop Snorlax is doing 180. Lost City, and that's the thing is, like, I guess Ben's just playing cards. Might go back up to 6, or back up to 6 after the Nest Dash, Beebrel, right? And then you draw up to 5, and then you take a prize. That's 6. It's still going to be really hard for Ethan to match a 6 card hand. I mean, maybe impossible. So I would just want Ben to not play any cards after this. And at this point, it almost doesn't matter, right? Ben can do whatever he wants, and I bet he still wins. Like, Ben could do literally anything here and would still have this game. But, yeah, retreating into the Diggersby, that is the move. Save the Snorlax for taking out the Iron Boulder. Ben goes to just 1 prize remaining, and that is the beautiful thing about Town Map, right? Is that Town Map is allowing Ben to select the Battle VIP Pass last off the prizes, right? And don't you just love to see that? I feel like Town Map does allow you to kind of optimally navigate your prizes throughout a game, which is something that I really enjoy about the card. So glad to see Ben playing it. If there was one card in the deck that you could have as your final prize card, I mean, Battle VIP Pass, you either want it in the opening hand or accessible in the opening hand. The second best place for it is right here. The final prize card. That's the second best place for Battle VIP Pass to be. It looks like Ethan is able to maybe match hand size 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 6 cards at Ethan's hand right now. But it doesn't matter because, I mean, Ben's got a Hop Snorlax doing 180 damage on the bench right now, right? So, like, it just doesn't matter. Yeah, the Guzma and the 6. And this is what I was saying, that, you know, Ben could have just not played a single card, and I don't think that Ethan would have been able to do this, right? Not that it matters. I mean, all Ben needs is a Field Blower, and he wins. If he can find his Field Blower. Looks like Ben is playing the Unpheasant. All right, there's Pidove, I think, in the hand. Risky Ruins, Pidove onto the bench. Pidove gets procced. There's Unpheasants. And then if Ben's got, like, Ignition Energy, Raihan, there's no... Okay, all right. Ben was almost there. There's no basic energy in the discard pile for Raihan to proc. And yes, Articuno should be in the loss zone, but I don't think it's going to matter. Again, all Ben has to do is find Field Blower, and he can win this game with Earthquake. He's going to Nest Dash it away. Instruct. And you can kind of just burn this whole hand. It looks like Pokepad and Quick Ball. You can go Pokepad, Quick Ball, and then go see 5 new cards. You just want something that can tutor an item or just draw into the Field Blower naturally. As the only thing separating Ben from the win right now is that Fighting Fury Belt attached to Iron Boulder. Ben's going to draw a couple more. Does he find an out to Field Blower? I don't think so. Damage Pump. There you go. Okay. Can move 2 damage counters. So it looks like Ben is playing the Damage Pump and the Damage Mover to really manipulate those damage counters on his board. And we'll just play Hex Maniac and I think swing with Fan Rotom just to set up the 2-hit KO, right? I mean, Hex Maniac, like, doesn't really matter. Ethan has 0 board state, 0 abilities online, right? Like, surely that does not matter. The 90 damage with the Diggersby, 140, that will be a knockout. So we're starting to reach the point of inevitability. Maybe Ethan can take one more prize card, but with, I mean, even the Fan Rotom is taking a knockout with a 2-hit KO thanks to that muscle band. We see Ethan kind of scrolling through the hand like, yeah, I don't see any miracles here. Ben's just got like a 3-card hand. No, I don't think that there's anything that Ethan could do. And there goes the concession. Ben Morris will be your round 1 winner. Hot off his 5-0 performance last Thursday with the fighting deck. Clocking a 6th straight win. Now 1-0 with the colorless deck. Very cool looking deck indeed. It's got Unpheasant, it's got Pido, so take a minute to kind of show off some of the cards that this deck is playing as we get ready for round number 2. But a very cool GLC deck, colorless, getting some new tools from Perfect Order with that Diggersby, and Diggersby really allowing for a lot of really interesting plays with Damage Pump and things like that. So let's take a look at these cards. We got Diggersby from Perfect Order, Earthquake, 140 damage for 1, does 30 damage to each of your benched Pokemon. Obviously, that can combo with quite a few things. You've got Dodrio, right, from 151. With the Zooming Draw ability, Dodrio does more damage for the amount of damage counters on it, right? And Zooming Draw places a damage counter on Dodrio, you draw a card. But if you're just using Zooming Draw, it can take a while for Dodrio to build up to intimidating damage. However, if you attack with Diggersby first, you do 30 damage to all your bench Pokemon. That means that Dodrio is going to be swinging for 90 damage more than it would be without the Diggersby. So you got some great synergy there. You've also got the Pidove that we saw Ben proc on one of the final turns of the game there. Emergency Evolution. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon's remaining hit points is 30 or less, there we go. If this Pokemon's HP is 30 or less, you may search your deck for an Unpheasant or Unpheasant EX, which is kind of funny because there's no EX Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge, and put it onto this Pidove to evolve it, right? So you go damage your own Pidove with, like, you know, the Diggersby, Earthquake, and then you could use Pido's emergency evolution to evolve into Unpheasant. Oh, look how cute they are. Oh, that was adorable. I don't know that I've ever seen that one. It was really cute. That's not the one they're playing, though. This one. Unpheasant. This is probably the best one. Wait, is there no Unpheasant EX? Or whatever? That's crazy. Really? Is there no Unpheasant EX? Unpheasant's got the Boundless Power attack. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. 3 colorless energy. It's got free retreat, too, so that's just a very powerful attack for this deck to have access to. 1 ignition energy. You can use Boundless Power for 180. So that's cool. There's no Unpheasant yet. There is none. These are all the Unpheasant right here. There's no Unpheasant EX. You got to be kidding me. So they printed the Pidove, and there's no Unpheasant EX. You've got to be joking me. That's crazy. Release him. Is Alex Carpenter playing today? Yes. I think Ben was talking about this one in Discord. Roaring Skies Unpheasant. Strong Winds. Shuffle all cards attached to each player's Pokemon into their deck. Yo, this is kind of crazy. You could remove all energy from your opponent's board. And your board, you know. And all tools. All of them. Shuffle them back in. Kind of funny, right? You know what's better than that, though? Just removing the energy by knocking them out. So this one is just going to be the better one. But situationally, this card could be very funny as an Unpheasant. But cool to see that. You've also got Damage Pump. Damage Pump and Damage Mover. Here they are. Damage Pump. Move up to 2 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to your other Pokemon in any way you like. So you could do that to manipulate the damage counters that you place onto your own board with Diggersby. You've also got Damage Mover. Move 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to another one of your Pokemon. Kind of nuts, right? So I think Ben's deck is playing both of these cards. So they allow you to manipulate the damage counters that you place onto your own board with the Diggersby. So kind of a cool little deck. All the synergy you've got from the damage counters being placed. I think I saw JD was also playing Tauros. I don't think Ben is playing Tauros, but JD I think is. It's got, yeah, this one right here. Adrena Tackle. If this Pokemon has no damage counters on it, this attack does nothing. Obviously, you can move damage counters onto Tauros and then Adrena Tackle for 180. That's pretty cool. It does take 3 energy, though, is the thing, right? You could play Single Strike Tauros. This attack does 20 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. However, what? So say if you use Bunnelby or use Diggersby once, right? Put 3 on it. Then 2, 4, 6. I mean, you're not doing a lot, right? It's like 80. You would have to have like 5 damage counters on it, right? Even then, you're not really doing enough. If you have 6 damage counters on it, you're finally starting to do some good numbers with Raging Bull. So really, I don't think Single Strike Tauros is worth it. Now let's check out the GLC leaderboard over on morsemakes.com. See Alex Carpenter in the lead with 6 badges, but an increasing number of players at 3 badges. We've got Dylan Ryan at 3, Hunter Horak at 3, John Patterson at 3, Ben Morse at 3, Anthony Saya at 3, Chase Giusti at 3, Jack Hooper at 2. I mean, you've got a large chase pack at 3, but nobody has been able to get to that 4th badge except Alex Carpenter. And Alex Carpenter now sitting on a very comfortable 3-badge lead. We've played 38 weeks so far, so this is the 39th week of the 3rd season. And let's see how many weeks we have left. Okay, so we got this week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We probably had 10 Thursdays left. That's not a lot, right? Because we're probably going to reset right here, July 16th. So 10 weeks left. In order for someone to catch Alex Carpenter, little Andrew Mahone with just 1 badge. Why am I getting rage baited right now? Okay, you guys know I cast this thing. I barely get to play. Why am I getting rage baited in the chat right now? why am I being rage baited? Okay, like come on now. Okay, I played Metal to GLC League 1 time and won. It was awesome. And then I did play fighting 3 weeks, and went 4-1, 4-1, 3-2. So it's tough out here. This is some stiff GLC competition, I'm telling you. I mean, these guys are all really good. So it is tough out here. The lightning win is crazy because Alex did that. Alex got this lightning win, I think, before Mega Evolution came out. That's how long ago. It was week 1, so July 2025 is when Alex got this badge with lightning. Yeah, like July 2025. It's been a while. See Ben Morse's fighting list from last week. 5-0. Yep. Been too long since I could post myself for winning a badge. It be like that. Like, I mean, Ben was on a dry streak like crazy this season. This is the list that Ben won with. It basically is like your standard RDT list, but with the Hariyama included. And Tropical Beach. I was able to sell Ben on Tropical Beach. Tropical Beach is very, very good. I think that this is one of the most criminally underplayed cards in Gym Leader Challenge formats. But things are finally starting to change. I think more and more players are getting hip to the fact that Tropical Beach is just an absolutely bananas card in the format, especially with so many decks playing Guzma and Hala. Guzma and Hala is a card that requires that you discard 2 other cards from your hand, but it gets a special energy, a stadium, and a tool card. And one of the best ways that you can start a game in Gym Leader Challenge format is to go turn 1 Guzma and Hala, get a special energy for your Ogie Dogie, put it onto Ogie Dogie, get Tropical Beach, fill your hand to 7, turn 2, you're doing whatever you want, right? And probably doing 170 damage with a 230 hit point Pokemon. So I've seen in the GLC discussion groups in Discord, players saying that they finally have caved and decided to pick up a Tropical Beach. Just the World Championship ones. The World Championship ones are much more affordable than your non-World Championship ones, obviously. And yeah, highly recommend it. That card is very good. Does Lightning Bench Barrier exist at all? No, Stexon, it does not. It does not. So that was Ben's winning list last week. I had a heartbreaker on stream against Jack Hooper last week. And then I ended up getting just rolled by Ben Peacock on Psychic with the fighting deck. Won the rest of my games, but those are the beats sometimes. It's still a very solid record, 22-7. That's how many GLC games I've played at League this year. Pretty happy with that. I would prefer it to be like, I'd prefer if I could have like, 66% win rate. Is that what that is? If you have like, yeah. That would be preferred. I would like to be like 30-10. That'd be nice. 30-10 would look pretty good. Now I've got a very exciting event in the works right now for Pride Month in June. On Friday, June 5th, I'm going to be hosting a Pride charity stream like I did back in 2023. And going to have, it's like an all-day marathon stream. Going to have a rotating cast of guests where we're doing various GLC challenges, standard challenges, cube challenges, build and battle challenges, things like that. And we're going to be raising money for the Trevor Project, which is a LGBTQ youth crisis hotline service and advocacy group. They do some great work. We raised money for them. We raised $10,000 for them in 2023. And we're going to be doing another charity event this June 5th. I have confirmed Brooke English going to be joining me. Winter Rusev going to be joining me as well. So we got Brooke and Winter both going to be a part of the event. So very stoked about that. And also, I think the Pittsburgh players are going to be joining us next Thursday as well. So very excited to see them show up to League again. It's always great to have them. Round number 2. Let's go. Yes, I see Edelgard in the chat. Edelgard going to be joining me on the mic for some casting. John Patterson versus Alex Carpenter. Alex Carpenter got to 6 very fast, has had a hard time punching in that 7th badge. But at this point, there's no criticism to really, give Alex. Alex is your 2-time GLC badge winner, or your badge race winner, right? Like, there's no criticism. You can't loft any criticism really at Alex's track record, because like he's just that guy. He's won 2 years straight. He's got twice as many badges as anybody else. So even though it has been tough for Alex Carpenter to punch in badge number 7, it's like, okay, it's been tough for everybody else to punch in badge number 4. So there's really not anything to say. Nobody else has a 4th badge, a 5th badge, or a 6th badge. So how can we be on Alex Carpenter's case for having trouble getting a 7th badge? We really can't, can we? No. It's like, you know what, Alex? You could be winning even more, but you are not. You know, you're only winning by double. You know, it looks like John Patterson playing metal. Alex Carpenter might also be playing metal. This could be a metal mirror, which would be awesome because I picked Revivroom as the, and it is a metal mirror. Let's go. Round number 2, getting underway. We've got ourselves a very metallic mirror. Both players surely playing a variant of Arch Nemesis, one of my favorite decks in Gym Leader Challenge right now. The Arch Nemesis deck is a metal deck that revolves around this guy, Archaludon. Stage 1 Pokemon from Phantasmal Flames with 180 hit points and the coded attack, which does 120 damage for 3 metal energy and makes it so that Archaludon does not take damage from basic Pokemon the following turn. Can completely wall off entire decks all by itself. But Metal's just also got some really strong attackers to help back up Archaludon. Archaludon doesn't need to go for all 6 prizes. I mean, really, it's just, even if it gets to go for 2 or 3, you're in an amazing spot. So, Archaludon's certainly one of the strongest parts of the deck. But there are some other guys that this list is playing as well. You've got the Iron Crown with Deleting Slash. Does 40 damage. And if your opponent has 3 or more bench Pokemon, does 80 more. So 120 for 2. With a Muscle Band, easily. 140 for 2. Just some really good damage output. Can get in there early, which is very good. And we see that both Alex Carpenter and John Patterson are playing the 60 hit points Beldum. Is it Beldum? Yeah, Beldum. Because of how good it is, there is a 70 hit point Beldum that you could play. That obviously would make it a little bit more difficult to pick off with cards like Raging Bolt. But this Beldum is game-changing, and that's why we see both of them opting to play it. 60 hit points, but it's got the Magnetic Lift attack for 1 colorless energy. You get to search your deck for any card and put that card on top of your deck. So if you open Beldum, as John has, you can just set up your board and then use Magnetic Lift to go put Lily on top of your deck. Isn't that exactly what you want, right? Like, let me just go to 8. Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton format. So being able to go get your one of Lily's Determination, put it on top of your deck and say, I'm going to draw 8 cards next turn is incredibly good. And it looked like John took almost 0 time to consider that stack. As we know, he would love to go to 8 cards. Now, Alex evolves his Beldum up into Matang. Matang is a great energy accelerator with its Metal Maker ability. Metal Maker allows you to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, attach any basic metal energy you find there to your Pokemon in any way you like. I actually got to play a Metal Maker Matang deck in Standard with Jesse Parker yesterday. It was really fun. Alex going to go for the Metal Maker. Will he hit? Looks like no. Swing and a miss. He's got the Dialga in the active spots. Dialga is another good attacker, especially in combination with Metang, as it's got the Chrono Burst attack, which does 80 damage, plus you can shuffle all energy, attach this Pokemon into your deck, do 80 more, so it could do 160. John seems to be getting off to the races, though, because of that Beldum, right? He's able to use Evolution Incense, get Revavroom going, and then Beldum just saving the day, Magnetic Lift, stacking the Lily's Determination. And now John is going to be able to go to 8. Revavroom can just refill the hand throughout the game. But it's still up in the air as to whether or not John will be able to launch an attack this turn. Could retreat into... yeah, Iron Crown is not doing... Iron Crown's deleting Slash. It's only doing 40. Alex Carpenter doesn't have another bench Pokemon, right? So probably just going to be another Magnetic Lift. If I'm being honest, probably just stacking my deck again. And after all, why not? Like, Alex isn't doing anything, so just use Beldum, stack the deck, and that's exactly why Beldum is in the deck, because it allows you to have those strong starts. We're also playing the Bronzor. That allows you to fill your hands to the same number that your opponent has with its Mirror Draw attack. It's just another good opener, right? You have all these like good openers. All right, Alex finds 1 Metal Energy off of the Metal Maker. I feel like that's got to go to Zamazenta on the bench. Like, at this point, you got to kind of give up. No sense using Beam on this Beldum, right? I mean, I guess there is a sense. It is a 2-hit KO. But no, you got to go the energy to Zamazenta. We've talked about Arcaludon. We've talked about Iron Crown. But Zamazenta is the premier revenge attacker. Probably in the format. I mean, just it's absolutely nuts. Retaliate for 220 damage. Just a crazy, crazy attack. Can clear even a Wailord with a Muscle Band. Could just really get in there and wreak some havoc. Alex has got a classic case of like all the responsive cards in hand. I mean, he's got like Counter Catcher. He's got like Lost City. I mean, there's like a lot of cool stuff that Alex like could theoretically do, but just needs to get into a new hand to see different cards. I mean, he's got like a handful of power cards right now, I would say, but nothing that really helps him to get into this game. Not even a quick ball, not even like a nest ball or something to go get like Jirachi, because you could even just put Jirachi on the bench and just say like, all right, when you do finally take a knockout. This is tough, but I feel like you have to, off this escape rope, you like have to send up the Zamazenta, I think. Because John's already revealed his hand that he's like, yeah, you can't let the Metang go. The Metang's all you got, right? Now, one thing about John's board, John does not have Arcaludon set up. So, if Alex can get Arcaludon going, that would check I mean, almost everything that John is doing right now. And John did just play Escape Rope. So that option to use Escape Rope, then Boss, is gone. Guzma really hurts here to see. I mean, it doesn't. It depends, you know. Can we actually hit off this Metang? Surely these energy have got to be coming soon, right? And Alex just keeps sending good cards to the bottom of the deck. You could bring up the Bronzong and poke it. I almost like just bring up the Bronzong with Guzma. Right? Put the Dialga back active and say go. Yep. Bring up the fatty. Bronzong's got a retreat cost of 3. that's where we're at. And we'll see if John has a way to move it. Now, John just used Escape Rope. I see Escape Board in John's hand. But it's a very real possibility that this Bronzong could stay here. And really, like, keep in mind, folks, a prize has not been taken yet. So this is still anybody's game, 100%. All Alex needs to do is just find a new hand. Like, even a quick ball, I mean, which we did just see quick ball was sent to the bottom of the deck. But a nest ball, a Buddy Poffin would go get Jirachi. Alex does have Verse Seeker in hand to use Guzma again. Looks like John is going to draw off the Rev Room first. It's a little bit scary, though, because, like, you know, I guess we do see that John was able to find Earthen Vessel, so that's good. I was going to say, you do want to attach to Bronzong, I guess, to give yourself the option to retreat it. Getting rid of Raihan feels bad, but you definitely get rid of Raihan over Lusamine. Lusamine, I mean, you were in a slugfest right here. You know, a game that could last very long. As we see, 12 minutes have gone by, nobody's taken a prize. So, like, you don't get rid of Lusamine in games like this, right? Where you are tasked with outlasting your opponent. And Alex showing off his discard piles, got almost no cards in it. Now with the energy on Bronzong, Arvin. All right. Alex is so thankful. Slam that Arvin. Finally. Get to do something, right? You could Arvin for Floatstone, Buddy Poffin. You can go get Jirachi. Use Jirachi, maybe get something else off Stellar Wish. So all these different things that have been opened up by that top deck. Buddy Poffin going to allow Alex to go get maybe Bronzor. Metang is already established. And I know at this point, Alex is certainly thinking like, okay, how do I get my Archaludon into play? Because the one weakness in John's board is John did not get Archaludon set up. So Alex can take advantage of that. If Alex can start pressuring with Archaludon, Alex could just completely change the dynamic of this game. And the thing is, Alex, I mean, top deck Arvin, you kind of have to get Jirachi, right? You're thinking, I just have to do that. because Jirachi is board state. It can get you into more supporter cards. It can get you into more cards to evolve things. I mean, Arven is a great top deck for Alex there, but it doesn't solve all of the issues that Alex has. So that's why you kind of have to go get Jirachi. Getting Jirachi plus Bronzor does make it so that you can... Now, Alex did make an error there, and we see him getting punished for it immediately. Alex should have used Metal Maker first before the Arven because he rearranged the deck. And in fact, those top 4 cards off of the Metal Maker are all cards I've seen before off Metal Maker that are not energy. Alex has been digging the last handful of turns with Metal Maker. He absolutely should have. Now, I know he was just so excited about top decking the Arven that he didn't really think about it. But how strong would this turn have been if Alex maybe takes a knockout there with Dialga, hits 3 metal off Metal Maker? That would have been pretty good. It would have freed up a bench space for John to maybe go get the Archaludon, though. So that's that is something to think about. Alex at this point where you probably don't actually want to free up any bench space until you get Archaludon going. The fact that we're so far into this game and John is still using Lily for 8 is pretty insane. Alex does have Bronzong and Countercatcher in hand. I mean, Alex can annihilate kind of whatever he wants next turn. With Countercatcher. The crazy thing, though, is that John is still not taking a knockout. I mean, Iron Crown's just doing 100 damage, just or 120 damage with Deleting Slash, right? So it's still not a KO because Dialga is just big. It's got 140 hit points. Pretty hilarious. Bronzong has hit the field. No metal energy in the discard pile yet, though. So... it's going to be a Verseeker for Guzma, I think, to put... bring the Bronzong back up, dude. Yeah, bring that thing back. Bring that thing back up. Why not? Or the Revivroom. Yeah, and then Jirachi can Stellar Wish. Alex does have a skateboard that he got. He decided to get the escape board instead of the Floatstone. Finds Birdkeeper. So it's probably going to be a Jirachi retreat into Dialga and pass situation again. Again, I do think Alex needs to be thinking about where the cards are in his deck, before he uses Metal Maker and stuff like that, right? Because when you're using Metal Maker, you are ordering your deck. So you got to be thinking about, okay, am I just, shuffling my deck for no reason before I use Metal Maker? You have to think about that. Oh, thank you. Trust your pilots with the raid. Yo, appreciate the raid. Trust your pilots. You've been doing some awesome work on YouTube lately. Keep it up. All right, and Alex will retreat into Dialga. Maybe use Beam for 30. And can John move this Revivroom out of the active spots? And has already played his Escape Rope. could have access to Guzma. I think John is probably playing Escape Rope instead of Birdkeeper. Looks like John does have Guzma. So John will be able to use Guzma and is going to take a big knockout with Chrono Burst for sure. But again, the Guzma being played does make it so that if Alex can start to establish Archaludon, that is one more Gust card that is eliminated, right? So I don't even, like, this kind of stuff, this is the first prize. It really doesn't matter. It's like kind of inconsequential. Now that escape board getting removed is annoying, but we do know that Alex Carpenter does have Birdkeeper in hand, so it really doesn't matter. Still going to get to utilize this. Now here, before Alex does anything, I'd probably like to see Metal Maker, right? I'd like to see Alex use Metal Maker first, because we know non-metal cards just got sent to the bottom. So like that's like that is the kind of thing that you like to think about. All right, Night Stretcher can get the Zamazenta back. Yes, and Alex does decide to do that. See, there you go. That's nice. That's nice sequencing, Carp. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Lock in, brother. Lock in. All right. That was good. See, you don't want to rearrange the deck because you know you just sent 3 non-metal energy to the bottom. Now you can use Jirachi. Find it almost doesn't matter because he's going to use Birdkeeper this turn. Lysander's nice just to have for like a future turn. Birdkeeper. Yeah, sometimes it is correct to thin first. It's true, but Alex had Metal Maker, had been whiffing for like 3 or 4 turns, and then randomly decided to shuffle his deck with Arven. I mean, I get it because he was like excited about playing the Arven, but like certainly needed to Metal Maker first. And now Alex needs to be thinking about how do I get this Arc, right? And I think Alex did find Ultra Ball. Has Archaludon in hand, has had Archaludon in hand since the beginning. So if Alex can play Ultra Ball and go get Duraludon, then all of a sudden Alex is in a very real position, right? And there's the Duraludon. And Alex hasn't even used Bronzong yet, so can use Bronzong to accelerate an additional energy into play with Metal Links. And just like that, Alex is going to be threatening the Archaludon. Like I said, you're like, yeah, it was a good play from John having the Guzma there, obviously. But that's still -1 Gust card that John has access to. And John desperately is going to want that Gust card to bring up the Duraludon here. So you're kind of in this situation where, you know, Alex is, funny enough, in a very good spot because he's the first player to have a Duraludon down. Now, I don't necessarily like Alex playing that Metal Saucer yet because that's almost like, I mean, now like he's getting really punished if that Duraludon does get brought up. And Dialga just doing what Dialga does. Swinging for 160 damage with Chrono Burst. I guess the thing is like, yeah, I don't like the Saucer being played because even if Hex Maniac gets played, you could still Saucer. But I suppose it makes it so that Alex can just promote Duraludon, evolve an Archaludon, and start swinging. Even if Hex gets played, which is a really big deal. Now, keep in mind, Alex did not use Counter Catcher yet, right? Decided to just take out the active. And this is like the crazy play that Alex is sitting on. Alex is sitting on Archaludon, Counter Catcher, Lost City. That's a game-winning play in this match. And we see that John is not able to target down that Duraludon on Alex's bench right now. Has to use Cynthia and Caitlin to bring the Guzma back. But that might end up being a turn too late because Alex is sitting on the gas right now. Yeah, Alex is sitting on everything because he opened all these power cards in his hand to his detriment, obviously, because they weren't good yet. But now all those power cards that he's been sitting on are crazy. The only thing that I think is missing is he doesn't have a metal energy in hand. So he might be in a situation where he needs to promote the Duraludon and hope that he finds one off Metal Maker. Okay, Super Rod can put more energy back in. Counter Catcher, Arcaludon, Lost City. All right, here it goes. And Marnie. I did not see the Marnie in Alex's hand. Now, the escape board got field blowered, so it doesn't have the pivot. Alex using Counter Catcher to bring up Duraludon. Lost City in play, needs to find a metal energy. Even if he doesn't find one here, he's got a decent shot of finding one off the Metal Maker. And it looks like that's what he has to do. Metal Maker needs to find a metal energy right now. And whiffs! Oh, no. Did Alex whiff? No, he had it in hand. Oh, okay. The slow roll from Alex Carpenter. Playing it up for drama. And Carp had the Earthen Vessel in hand, too. So, absolutely had no issues finding the energy. And this is going to be a very strong turn from Alex. The only thing that could have been better is if Alex found the muscle band, then John would be in a devastating position. I would say if the muscle band would just be game, because Arcaludon would be swinging for a one-hit KO on Duraludon, sending it to the lost zone. If Carp has the muscle band, I mean, that is absolute devastation. Doesn't have it, so just 120 damage. Duraludon hanging on for dear life with just 10 hit points. And now this game is about to get funky. There are only 13 minutes left in this game, folks. This could easily go to a tie. John's got 4 prizes left to Alex Carpenter's 5. But Alex Carpenter has got the superior board state now with Arcaludon. And that's exactly why this card is so good in the metal deck. It is a single Pokemon that is an entire board state. You could use cards like Lost City, Counter Catcher, Boss's Orders, Guzma to target down your opponent's threats, which is exactly what Alex Carpenter is doing here. Targeting down the biggest threat on John's board, which is the Duraludon, getting ahead of it, and then you're in this position where you're just like, okay, I'm just tanking with my Arcaludon, 120 damage every turn. There's nothing really on your board that can threaten it. Thank you, Imperial, for the love from the UK over on YouTube. Appreciate it. And keep in mind, John already used his escape board, so, or not escape board, escape rope, so can't push the Arcaludon to the bench to reset the effect of Coded Attack. Now, a very funny interaction that will happen sometimes in the mirror match is that you've got this Arcaludon swinging, right? And then in the metal deck, its best evolution attacker is Arcaludon. Some lists play Metagross, but not all lists do. So really your best bet to handle the Archaludon is sometimes Revavroom with the knockaway attack. Knockaway costs 4 energy, so it's quite expensive. But if you flip a heads, that's a 1-hit KO on Archaludon, right? So it was almost like it was definitely strategic for Alex to target down the Revavroom and poke it for 30 because now it can get 1-hit KO'd by Archaludon. So John is going to retreat Duraludon to the bench, use boss's orders to bring up Bronzong. I actually think John's best bet is to like leave the Bronzong there. Like, don't knock it out almost, right? See, I actually disagree with this knockout from John. I guess maybe John is thinking I could just ignore the Archaludon and win. Thank you, Imperial, for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate you over on Twitch. Yo, shout out to all the subs, primers. Thank you for the support. Really goes a long way. Yeah, I guess, okay, there are only 10 minutes left in this game. I guess John could very well ignore the Archaludon and win. Did use Lusamine to bring back a Guzma earlier. Just use boss's orders. Did use Cynthia and Caitlyn. So I think Cynthia and Caitlyn and Lusamine are both gone. But I think there's Versus Seeker still. So you could use Versus Seeker for Guzma and boss. And then you could just win that way. So yeah. Maybe John is so far ahead that he could just ignore the Archaludon. That would be a really big deal. Thank you, Custom Shelf Games, for the Prime sub for 5 months. Thank you. These guys certainly need to play with some urgency if they want to finish. I almost think Alex Carpenter probably doesn't even care if it goes to a tie. With how bad his game started, he's probably like, that's a fine outcome. But Alex could certainly win this game. I think Alex probably wins this game. It's hard to say. John does have enough Gus cards to win. So I like the boss knockout there from John. It makes sense. Because John is playing with urgency. John is trying to win in time, has 8 minutes to do so. 3 prizes remaining. He's going to need to hit a Guzma or a Versus Seeker to bring some cards back. Definitely needs to start playing faster, though. There's only 8 minutes left. John might have used... No, John didn't use Versus Seeker to bring back Lilies. He used Lusamine to bring back Lilies. And we see John starting to load up the Revavroom. I mean, it might just come to a flip, right? And that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do in this situation, is just say, all right, 50% of the time, it works every time. Just going to be a pass from John. Now we see Carpenter loading up his Revavroom. Parallel City has not come down yet. From either player would be a big card to see. Quick Ball discarding Hisuian Heavy Ball. Got a question about which stadium card is in play. That is Mount Coronet. Very good for this metal deck. Mount Coronet is a stadium card. Allows you to retrieve up to 2 basic metal energy from your discard pile to your hand every turn. And that combos very well with Revivroom with the Rumbling Engine ability. So you can bring those energy back to your hand and then discard them and draw more cards with Rumbling Engine. All right, so Alex, coded attack, take knockout, 4 prizes remaining. John, once again, needing to move with a little urgency if he wants to take these final 3 prizes. Luna with the Prime sub in the 41 months. Yo, what's up, Luna? Thank you so much for the support over these years. 41 months. Thanks for the Prime. Got a Metal Maker from John loading up the Revivroom. We about to see a flip. Could be knockaway. If this knockaway is successful, I would say John is poised to run away with this one. Teammates. Search his deck for whatever 2 cards he wants. Enhanced Hammer. Remove the counter energy. 4th energy going to Revivroom. All right. Parallel City finally comes into play. And now it is time, folks. Knockaway. And we flip again. Knockaway. Heads. Will be a 1-hit KO, but no! The Archaludon survives. That is a big flip. That would have really set John up to win this one. That could be the flip that really makes this game a tie. If John is not able to seal the deal and take his remaining prize cards. 90 damage, still very significant. If John can power up Archaludon, right? Now this Duraludon is in 2-hit KO range. 120 damage from coded attack would finish off the Archaludon. All right, that's a tie ball game, folks. 3-3. 2.5 minutes remain. We are playing +3 turns. John is able to find Archaludon. Oh, my goodness. These players are playing +3 turns, so John desperately needs to take a knockout. I think he knows how much time is dwindling. You can see him playing with a little urgency now. John absolutely needs to get this attack launched and the prize taken before... Needs to do it before time expires, but honestly, you would love to get one more turn. I don't know if Carp will give you that. But John can win. If he takes this knockout, 2 prizes left, Hex, knockout. That's huge. As big as it gets. Hex KO for John. That's everything here. Because Alex is like planning to take the return knockout with Revivroom. Would have to have Raihan in hand. Does have Raihan in hand. So Revivroom will be able to take this return knockout Alex also going to Raihan to get the Duraludon back into play. And Alex does still have the knockout, has to move. About 1 minute left on the clock. And yet we have another Revavroom KO. This one is guaranteed because of the 120 damage Alex had already put on there. 2-2 prizes. Still anyone's game, but John Patterson is the one with a built-up Zamazenta on the bench. Alex does have Zamazenta of his own. Cobalion coming into play. John using research. You can tell they're both moving as quickly as they can. Time is about to get called. I think John has probably turned 0. If time does get called, you see them kind of both relax their demeanor as I'm thinking the time probably just got called. All right, time. I think I just heard it over the mic. Time get called. Cobalion can Revenge Blast here for 150. Take the knockout. Nice low maintenance attacker. Alex Carpenter's turn 1. So both players actually have a chance to win the game. And the game will get to conclude. But the problem is Alex has to take this knockout with Arcaludon to not lose. On the spot. Alex's turn 1. Can he do it? I mean, really tight game here. Close as it gets. Does have Super Rod. Does Alex have a card in his hand that's going to allow him to get to Arcaludon? John still has a Gust available. I think we haven't seen the Guzma come back. Or Verseeker, I don't think. We see Alex kind of going through it as he's weighing his odds in his hand. I think he's got Lilies. And needs to like put some energy back into the deck to hit with Metal Maker. Right? But then wants to play Lilies and needs to find his Arcaludon as well. So that's I think he's trying to like do some quick math in his head. Like, okay, I need to, and then Iono. Oh my goodness, to 2? Finds 2 Metal Energy. And that's pretty much game. I think can't do it, right? Doesn't find the... Now could use Quick Guard, right? And Quick Guard is just a tie maneuver. Like, if Alex wants to just go for the tie, that is the power of Quick Guard. And Alex is turn 1. So if John doesn't win this next turn, it is a tie. And no way, he's got the Guzma off the Iota to 2. You've got to be kidding me. Absolutely insane. Quick Guard going for the tie. Alex Carpenter with his back up against the wall had no way to get the win there at the end. Goes for quick guard with Cobalion, which makes it so that it cannot be damaged by basic Pokemon next turn. But John Patterson finds the Guzma off the Iono to 1. Absolute insanity. Fantastic round 2. That is exactly what you like to see out of a Metal Mirror. We got to see a whole range in that game of back and forth action. Alex Carpenter really owned the middle game there, as he was able to establish the most dominant Archaludon in the match. But John was really able to leverage the amount of Gust cards that the Archaludon deck plays to push around Alex's Archaludon and still race to the finish line in time. Fantastic game, though. That is as good as it gets, folks. Absolutely amazing. You love to see it. Since that one went to time, that means we're going to be getting into round number 3 right away. We've got 22 players here tonight for GLC League Night 22. So a 5-rounder. And round 3 of 5 coming right up. What a great Metal Mirror match to have featured on the stream. That was awesome. We'll see who Natalie selects for our 4th round. Looks like John Patterson going to be playing Metal against Ben Morse. That should be an interesting one. The colorless deck has a lot of evolution attackers, right? You've got Diggersby, you've got the Unpheasants. But the colorless deck's also really weak to Parallel City, and you can go like Parallel City, Counter Catcher. I mean, you could really mess them up, right? The colorless deck also has Dodrio. I mean, there's a lot of evolution attackers in that deck, but there's a lot of ways to mess up the colorless deck too. So that can be an interesting one. Okay, looks like we're getting Hunter versus Kai. Yes, as we see them standing up now. I was like, who are we getting? Come on. Hunter and Kai. All right, let's go. God, I can't wait until we get the new chairs for the setup. We've got Full Grip ordered Secret Lab Pokemon Edition gaming chairs for the stream setup. So, you know, those were on like a pre-order thing. You know, you kind of had to pre-order them because I think they're being made to order right now. So we got one Pikachu Secret Lab and one Gengar Secret Lab on the way for the stream setup. It's gonna be looking really hot, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be nice with the new fresh counter we just got to. Gonna be dope. All right, we got Kai on the right. Kai is playing Dragon. Yeah, I'm really excited about just the general production that we have here, and especially when it comes to our big cash, 6K events. It just keeps getting better and better, and I'm just so stoked to be able to run such an awesome awesome rig. To be honest, I mean it's kind of a dream come true. It's crazy. All right, we got Hunter is on water, and Kai is on Dragon. Let's get into round number 3. Round number 3 is underway, and we see Kai opening Ultra Necrozma. It's not a card you see in everybody's Dragon GLC deck, but it is a card that we saw in Kevin Baxter's Dragon Gym Leader Challenge deck. Kevin went 5-2 with the last Gym Leader Challenge 3K, was the highest placing Dragon deck at the 3K, and had a little bit of a unique take on the Dragon deck, stemming from his love of playing the Dragonite from Team Up with the Fast Call ability, same as the Gallade with its Buddy Catch ability that we see a lot of players play in Psychic. Now, the very interesting thing about opening this Ultra Necrozma is that it can't attack. That's right. It cannot attack. That is the downside of Ultra Necrozma, is that it's got this ability that makes it so that it can't attack unless your opponent has 2 or less prize cards remaining. The Ultra Burst ability. But you can turn that ability off with Silent Lab or Hex Maniac. Silent Lab's usually the one you're using. And then it's got the Luster Downfall attack, which does 170 for a Psychic and a Metal, and discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. So it's pretty good. It can one-hit KO Okidogi. I mean, because it can remove the energy attached to Okidogi, hit it for 170. It's kind of cool. But the sad thing is we did see Kai decide to quick ball away the TM Turbo Energize. Maybe that's because... No, I mean, Kai's got Silent Lab and Floatstone in hand. I think I would have liked to see Kai go Floatstone to the Ultra Necrozma, retreat into Tatsugiri. I can't tell what the last card is in Kai's hand, if that's a supporter. I think it's a Guzma. Would have been nice for Kai to get an energy drop. Getting rid of the Turbo Energize. I don't know how much I love that. Turbo Energize is just a great way to start the game. But, I mean, all the other cards in Kai's hand are pretty good as well. I think it's a Guzma is the last card in Kai's hand. So Kai doesn't have a live supporter to get the game started. So I would have liked to see Kai, I think, retreat into Tatsugiri and start using that. It looks like Hunter going to be using a Guzma of his own. Get Basculin into the active spot. Basculin has got the Gather the Crew attack. A free attack. Allows you to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon, put them straight on the bench. About as good as it gets for turn 1 in Gym Leader Challenge format. So good. Can just go set up your board, get you exactly what you want. You know what's crazy? I've been thinking about this with our current standard format. How good would cards with free attacks like Hisui and Basculin, or not just Hisui and Basculin, how freaking good would Alolan Vulpix be in standard format right now? Like, imagine you could go in your like Dragapult deck and go turn 1 Beacon, 2 Dracloak, your go, bud. I mean, that would be insane. It would be very good, I think. Especially with the amount of item lock going around, right? Being able to turn a free attack into 2 evolutions would be pretty strong. Also, being able to just go get, like, you know, your powerful stage 2s or whatever. The card would be so good. Yeah. I feel like the power level of the format in standard is kind of like decreased to a point where maybe a card like Beacon would be good. Beacon saw a lot of play during its time when it was standard legal in like everything. So I don't know. I think the card, but it also only has 60 hit points and is huge, you know, bait for Dragapult as well. So it's just interesting to think about. They did free attacks in Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield, and Scarlet Violet. Did they do free attacks in Scarlet Violet? I don't remember any. Oh, the baby Pokemon. Okay. I do remember them now, I guess. All the baby Pokemon, of course. Badoo is a free attack. Of course. That's right. How could I forget about the babies? How could I forget? I like free attacks. They're cool. All right, let's see what Kai has got for us here. Parallel City, certainly a tough card to contend with for water. And Iono, put the hands to the bottom of the deck. Oh yeah, Hisuian Arcanine from Twilight Masquerade. That's true. I forgot about him. Yeah. It's a non-baby Pokemon with a free attack. There you go. Of course, the free attack, the item locks your opponent. I know. How could I possibly forget about that one? Guy's got Mysterious Treasure. Mysterious Treasure, going to go search out the Dracloak. We might be watching Gym Leader Challenge, but Dracloak's Recon Directive ability is so good that it sees play here. There's not a Dragapult that you can play in Dragon right now. There literally isn't one. The only single prize Dragapults have been Psychic. There is no Dragon type single prize Dragapult. One day, surely one day, they will print a single prize Dragapult that is good. But as it is right now, people are literally just playing the Dracloak because the ability is so good to have online. Rainbow Energy to Druddigon. Looks like it is going to be a retreat into Tatsu. Kind of a scary situation to be in for Kai. Because you've got this Kyogre staring you down, right? And an Arctibax on the bench. Arctibax could evolve into Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur, of course, got that super cold ability. Could accelerate water energy anywhere you want on the board. And then the Kyogre in the active spot. I mean, that's just like, yeah, and there you go. Boom. Baxcalibur. Boom. Super cold. And this is exactly why I said it was scary, right? And Lily to 8. Why don't I Lily to 8? Sure. Let's do that. So an absolutely insane turn from Hunter. As now he's going to be able to Dynamic Wave, put 3 energy attached to this Pokemon into your hand and deal 180 damage wherever you want. Oh, Whale Lord showing up to this party too. Why not? And Dynamic Wave, 180 damage. Going to take out the Druddigon on Kai's bench. And the 3 energy going back to hand doesn't matter because Baxcalibur can just accelerate them right back into play, right? Kai finding Gibble off the prize cards with Hisuian Heavy Ball. I mean, Hex Maniac would be really good here if Kai had it to turn off abilities, because that way Hunter would not be able to attack. Marnie is also pretty good because Hunter did just put all of those energy from Kyogre back into hand, so there's like a small possibility that Hunter does not find, a bunch of energy again. My issue is that Tatsugiri got sent up, right? And so, like, with Tatsugiri getting sent up, like, you're probably not even attacking this turn. You can't just let Kyogre dynamic wave all over your board, right? Like, you got to take this thing out. You gotta deal with it, right? Kai's got Double Dragon, has to just pass. And there's 2 energy right there. Super Cold, right back onto Kyogre. Tate and Liza, shuffle draw 5. Yep. And then you still got Octillery to fill the hand to 5 with its Abyssal Hand. Oh, yeah, that's right. That Tatsugiri didn't get set up. It's just literally still there. That's right. That's my bad. Yeah. It's literally still there because Dynamic Wave just snipes around it. Oh, last card there. Hunter finds the water energy. Can Abyssal for 1. And another Dynamic Wave. Taking out the Druddigan, which is the perfect call because Kai has Double Dragon in hand. Oh my god. How devastating is that? Oh my god. That's like the Pokemon that Kai wants to attack with is surely the Druddigon. You kind of go Crispin. You might have to like play Crispin just to retreat this Tatsugiri, right? And then use Double Dragon energy to like power up Druddigan. I mean, it's just kind of miserable though, right? But I think that's what Kai is doing here. It's going to play Crispin. I mean, because you have to, right? I kind of like retreating the Psychic Energy if that's what Kai is going to do, because the Psychic Energy can get Raihan to the Necrozma later. It's kind of fun. Yep, it looks like that's what we're doing. Night Stretcher to bring the Druddigon back again. And not the play you want to make. I mean, it's like fine, right? At least Kai's getting a knockout. And then Druddigan Revenge will deal 160 damage for the KO, but Wailord is getting sent up to take Kyogre's place, and those energy are already in hand. Oh, and here's Night Stretcher for Kyogre back. Think about this water deck. What makes it so difficult to contend with? Wailord's just got 240 hit points, all right? It's the whale in the room. It is not easy to deal with. 240 hit points on a stage 1 Pokemon. Its Hydro Pump attack does 10 damage plus 50 more for each water energy attached to it. So with 4 water energy, it's dealing 210 damage, but can easily ramp up to 300 if you need it. And there's just not a lot of things in Gym Leader Challenge format that can slay the whale in one hit. So the whale is almost always going 2 for 1, at least, sometimes more. And that's the upside of playing water. Water is a combo-oriented setup deck, right? You have to go through the process of establishing evolution Pokemon. You got to get either Frostmoth or Baxcalibur into play to load up, get 4 energies on this thing. But once you do that, you're usually in a very good spot. You're also very ability reliant, right? Because getting energy onto your Wailord requires abilities, usually. So the upside, you got a huge payoff for all that setup, though, with your 240 hit point whale. It is one of the biggest upsides in the format. As far as things that can knock out Wailord in one hit, well, let's go down the list. In grass, you've got Torterra can do it very easily with its Evo Press attack, which could get up to 250, even 300 damage. In Psychic, you're usually not one-hit KOing it in Psychic. You can, if you're playing Dusknoir, you can also do it if you can, like, hit it once and then finish it off with Wobbuffet. But, like, usually it's a 2-hit KO from Psychic. Usually you're trying to, like, stop Wailord from coming into play in the first place if you're playing Psychic. In Dragon, the Dragon player's answer to the whale is Dragonium Z, usually. Dragonium Z is actually like one of the really kind of funny hidden gems of Gym Leader Challenge, is that it's actually possible for Gym Leader Challenge decks to announce GX attacks. Even though there are no rule box cards allowed in GLC, in GX Pokemon or rule box Pokemon, it's still possible to use GX attacks thanks to these cool tool cards like Dragonium Z. Dragonium Z makes it so that any Pokemon with the Dragon Claw attack can use Destructive Drake GX. GX attacks can only be used once a game. So Destructive Drake GX is just a one-off attack that you have to have this tool. The tool has to be attached to a Pokemon with a Dragon Claw attack. And then you discard all basic energy from this Pokemon. The attack does 80 damage for each energy you discard. So you could do 240. If you discard 3, it's 240, right? This is just absolutely nasty from Hunters. He goes down to 2 prizes remaining. Hex Maniac, Knockout with Whale, one of the strongest things you can possibly do. But Ultra Necrozma can attack now. Yay. So yeah. In Dragon, usually you're looking at the crystal. In Metal, you can use Zamazenta with a Muscle Band. And that's just a very easy answer for Metal to answer the whale, because Zamazenta, you can power it up pretty easily with Bronzong, Raihan, Metal Saucer. You got Matang. I mean, you got a bunch of ways to power this thing up. You just have to go find Muscle Band, and Retaliate can do 240 damage. So that is like a really nice thing that Metal has going for it, is like Metal is one of the few decks that has a basic Pokemon that just answers the Wailord, right? One of the few decks. I mean, really, there's almost no basic attackers that just can deal with the Wailord, right? In fighting, you've got a couple of things that you can do. It is technically possible to beef your Ogie Dogie up to do 240 damage, right? Because you could do Good Punch for 170 with Premium Power Pro. You could do 200 with Muscle Band. You could do 220, and with strong energy, that's 240, right? So perfect. All that's strong, muscle, premium. You could do it. You can also take the one-hit KO a lot easier with Hariyama, which you could do. Premium Power Pro, Wild Press, 240. But then the other answer is Blood Moon, right? And if you use Blood Moon or Ursaluna, if you Ting Lu your opponent, right? Hit him with Ting Lu, spread 3 damage counters to everything. Then Mad Bite can do 190 if the Wailord's got 3 damage counters on it, right? 190 plus 30, still 20 short, so you need a muscle band in order to take that KO. But it's pretty easy with Blood Moon. You can also soften up the Wailord with like a Soul Rock, right? 70 damage, then just finish it off with Blood Moon. I mean, that's usually the way. You Ting Lu twice, that's a one-hit. That's like, it's not a one-hit KO. I mean, it's a 3-hit KO technically, right? But you get there eventually. And Hunter will take the game-winning knockouts with Kyogre after a dominant showing with his water deck. Yeah, just got out the gates very quickly and showed why water is still a top threat in Gym Leader Challenge formats. When that deck is up and rolling, it is one of the toughest decks in the format to deal with. So many strong attackers with absolutely massive amounts of HP. Let's see how some of our other matches are going. Looks like John has 4 prizes remaining. Ben is attacking with Cramorants. Probably in the lead. Does look like there's an interesting game going on there. Hard to say. All right. Let's talk about water. Freaking broken water, dude. Love it. Obviously, we had Chucky Davis, who is a player that I just hosted on Tricky Gym last week. Last Thursday for a conquest. Chucky Davis won the Destined Rivals Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash tournament with his Hydro Pump Wailord deck. We've had a bunch of water decks top 8 are 3Ks. I mean, they almost always do. They're just good. They're really good. Clue FPS asking, do I think I'll still be doing these leagues and playing GLC in 5 years? Heck yeah. Absolutely. GLC outperforms our standard locals right now. We got our GLC players are diehards for sure. %, I do. The goal is to have TPCI step up and start supporting the format more. I mean, that would be the dream, right? I mean, they're already putting GLC on TCG Live. That's a step in the right direction, right? But there's leagues all over the world that play Gym Leader Challenge format, and a lot of players really prefer or like love to play both. You know, a lot of players kind of prefer to play GLC. Is like it's just a different vibe than standard. So I feel like it's filling a very important role in the community. Having 2 formats to play is so much more interesting, in my opinion, than having just one. Because if you just get burnt out on standard, right, which happens. I mean, how many of you have gotten burnt out on standard? Getting burnt out on standard happens. Having another way to enjoy the Pokemon TCG is like essential to your longevity in the game, in my opinion. It helps to like just make the game more interesting. So yeah, I see myself doing it in 5 years. I see the format continuing to grow and evolve, and Yeah, I certainly do. Do I think Pokemon is gearing up for a new Scarlet Violet on expanded format? I don't know if they are. I don't really think so, if I'm being honest. No, I don't think. I mean, maybe, but like, probably not. I feel like if you actually watched my video that I released on expanded format, I make a pretty clear argument as to why I think that they're kind of done with expanded. Yeah, this video, Pokemon's abandoned format. Yeah. Make a pretty... I think the argument is that they want to simplify competitive Pokemon TCG so that they can turn it into an esport. And the thing about the Pokemon TCG is that many people collect it, but not a lot of people know how to play it. And in order to increase their player base and increase the longevity of the Pokemon TCG, I think it's in the Pokemon Company's best interest to try and get more people to learn how to play the Pokemon TCG. And in order to onboard as many new players to the Pokemon TCG as possible, they're limiting competitive play to one format, right? Just standard. They're just making it as simple as possible. Expanded format, too many old cards, too many accessibility issues, too much card knowledge that people have to be aware of. Harder for new players. Harder for spectators who don't know what cards do. Things like that. So, it seems to me like they're allowing those kind of they're just like kind of like allowing those other alternate formats to be community run, which is like what Gym Leader Challenge is, community run alternate format. I think it would be hype to do like one special event a year. My dream would be that if Pokemon hosted a Gym Leader Challenge special event every year. One event a year with professional broadcast and like some sort of exclusive prizes. Doesn't have to be championship points. Doesn't even have to be cash for like the winners, but like some exclusive like trophy or like, you know, prizes or promos or something. Like that would be like the coolest thing ever to me. Yo, what's up, Swizzerton with the 5,000 bits. Yo, let's get some hype going for Swizzerton over on Twitch. Appreciate you, Swizzerton. Thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like in Japan, they do a one-off expanded event every year at Aichi, right? So like I think TPCI should do a special event to promote Gym Leader Challenge. Now, obviously, I'm biased because I created Gym Leader Challenge, but like, I mean, really, if you look at like what they did with Pokemon TCG Live and taking away expanded card pull support on Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, right? Like that's a huge hit to the Gym Leader Challenge and alternate format community because you just removed all of that online play accessibility for alternative formats, right? You just literally ripped it away. And arguably, Gym Leader Challenge would have never been created if not for online play, right? I mean, straight up. Like, Gym Leader Challenge was created on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, streaming, grinding out games with viewers. Like, that's how the format came into existence. Without that, does GLC ever exist, right? Probably not. Now, thankfully, Gym Leader Challenge has such a kind of footprint in the community at this point that Gym Leader Challenge has been able to sustain throughout the years, in spite of it not being fully playable on the Pokemon trading card game live. It is still being played at leagues all around the world and still enjoyed by thousands and thousands of people. So I would say like it's still doing really well, but TPCI, in my opinion, should be doing more to support it. My argument for that is that if you look at Commander format in Magic the Gathering, that's a casual format that is the most popular way to play Magic the Gathering. So the ceiling for a fan-run alternative format is literally up here. I mean, like it can get as big. It could get as big as standard, or if not bigger. It's possible to get bigger, as you could just see by looking at Commander format. So I would like to see some more support from Pokemon Company International, and that would include I would like to see league supplies, Gym Leader Challenge exclusive league supplies supplied to leagues that run Gym Leader Challenge format. I would like to see expanded cards reprinted as promos, which I know is a hard thing for them to do, I'm sure, because of just like dealing with the Pokemon Company and stuff. But I mean, in Japan, they reprint expanded staples all the time as promo cards. So like, I would really like to see the Pokemon Company get the Pokemon Company International get the ability to do that. I also think like the kind of community run league cards that we do, like I think that like the Gym Leader Challenge league system. I mean, like I literally created the league system that they could use, that like TPCI could use. Like I literally made it. I promoted it, I've popularized it. There are leagues all over the world that use the league card system, right? Where you like keep track of your progress throughout the year, try to earn as many badges as you can. I literally have already made it. Like, but it would be cool if TPCI like did an official version of it or something. Like that would be cool, right? Wouldn't that be dope? Like what if the GLC league cards like were official Pokemon league cards, right? I mean, I've kind of created the prototype. All you have to do is take my idea and, I mean, now you could compensate me. You could like, help me help you, I'm not saying that you have to, but like it'd be cool if you did. You could hire me as a consultant, would love to do that. But yeah, and then I think that it would be really cool if the Pokemon Company did like one of GLC special event every year just to promote the format, right? Because it like by putting Gym Leader Challenge on like an official Pokemon stage like that, you're promoting the format, you are giving viewership to it, you're kind of promoting it as your fan run alternate format, right? And you're supporting the Gym Leader Challenge community, which I think is just a net positive for the format and for the Pokemon TCG community as a whole, because we've seen how good Commander format is for Magic. So why wouldn't you do what you can to support the already good and successful alternative format that is growing naturally in your own game, right? So anyways, that's my thought on all that. Do I think that I'm going to be doing GLC leagues in 5 years? Absolutely. I mean, Gym Leader Challenge was created in 2021. And I've been doing it for the last 5 years. So what's to say that we can't go 5 more? You know? The people who play Gym Leader Challenge really love it. And I really love it too. And I think it brings a lot of joy and whimsy to the Pokemon TCG, which is getting kind of very hyper competitive. I mean, standard format is very hyper competitive. Kind of everything gets min maxed, and everything gets kind of like min maxed and sweated out very quickly. I will say, like, for me personally, the deck building process and the tinkering and the excitement of kind of like finding new combinations and stuff all makes GLC very fun, right? And having such a large card pool just means that you've got more combinations that can be unearthed than you're going to find in standard format, right? Because you're just drawing from a deeper well. What's my thoughts on needing a ban list for GLC? We've got a ban list. Yeah. Of course. Gotta have a ban list. It's not very long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Lucky number 13. 13 cards on the ban list. How's the GLC scene in Japan? There are GLC leagues that play in Japan. I don't know the ins and outs of, like, I know that they exist. They post about them. It's in Japanese. I can't read it. but I know that they exist. I met somebody at Yokohama Worlds in 2023 who runs a GLC league in Japan. Actually. But yeah, ban list is just necessary. I think of it like in a format that never rotates cards, right? Like, we're talking about cards get printed in the Pokemon TCG all the time. They get printed, and they don't get printed with like the thought of how they're going to interact with cards printed 5 years ago or 6 years ago or 7 years ago, because those cards are not in standard format. So when Pokemon prints cards, they're printing cards that are going to interact with the current card pool, and that's it. So problems come up naturally. That's just the way it goes. You can't commit to just never banning a card, or else you're going to have a pretty unplayable game, right? So in my opinion, the ban list exists as a way to kind of rotate out cards that didn't age well with new cards that are being printed in the format. It's also a way to kind of fix the card list, from Black and White on. I mean, Black and White is like 2011. That's like 15 years worth of cards we're dealing with here. So to have 13 cards on the ban list, to me, that's like 15 years, 13 cards. That's not bad. Right, that's not bad at all. So it's a very concise list that helps to make the format much more enjoyable. And honestly, I've been loving the GLC games I've been playing lately. I mean, already on stream, we've seen a really cool colorless deck. We saw water, we saw dragon, we saw metal, and we saw psychic. So we've seen some we've seen some really cool decks on stream, and all the decks really have like fun interactive gameplay into each other, which is my goal in running the ban list, is to make it so that the games played within the format feel fun and interactive. Challenge on YouTube wants a history lesson as to why each card is banned. Well, now, you see, Lysander's Trump card is the most unbalanced card ever printed in the history of the Pokemon TCG. In fact, it is so poorly designed that it was printed in 2014's Phantom Forces. It was released in Phantom Forces, which was released in, I think, the fall of 2014. By the summer of 2015, it was banned. I think by the spring. So, like, this card lasted 6 months in standard format. It was banned out of standard format. That's how toxic this card is. And just read it. Both players shuffle their entire discard into their deck. Is that not the most un-Pokemon card you've ever read? It's horrible. Now, I think that what this card allows you to do is, like, you could just, like, continuously loop the most toxic cards ever over and over and over and over again. You never run out of them, right? This card, I think the concept behind it was that it was supposed to be a counter to Night March, which was released in the same set. Funny enough, they banned Lysander's Trump card, and then Night March became a very good deck. I played it to Worlds that year. It got 9th, like, because they banned Night March as a they banned the Night March counter, right? Lysander's Trump card. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton format, right? Where you can only play one of each card except for basic energy. So having a card that just, like, rehashes every single card in your deck just, like, infinitely is it's just stupid. It's just stupid. It's like playing that card in Gym Leader Challenge is just stupid. It's really bad. It's also extremely toxic. So it eventually got banned as well. Oranguru, this card's also banned from expanded format. Resource management. Grant Manley got second place at one Gym Leader Challenge, like, cash tournament that we hosted with his control deck, and then won the next one with his colorless control deck. Grant Manley kind of perfected the early colorless control decks in Gym Leader Challenge formats with this Oranguru. And basically, with Oranguru, it's possible to... Grant Manley created this deck where it was possible to loop... it was possible to strip your opponent's hand away, play Hex Maniac every single turn, and remove all of your opponent's energy from board, and then slowly mill them out with Resource Management Oranguru. I mean, it was the perfect control deck. The perfect control deck. Grant Manley, absolutely... absolutely destroyed with it, and kind of, like, showed the problem with allowing colorless to have all of these control options, right? Let's see, where's our cash tournaments? Let's see, GLC cash tournaments. Are they here? Which one did Grant win? The Fusion Strike one. He won with Mew. Oh, here's Trey. Yo, and Trey beat JW with Psychic. God, dude. GLC history right here. And then JW ended up winning one. Oh, here's Mike Gibbs versus Azul. Azul played the colorless deck too. And this is the one I think Mike Gibbs ended up winning with Grass. But yeah, there's, like, this colorless control deck that just looped Oranguru over and over and over again. God, absolutely crazy. Yeah, Mike Gibbs ended up coming back in the series. and winning. God, look at how crazy that is. The Sceptile, dude. Absolutely insane. Bring stars. Who's Astral Radiance? Yo, is it 2.5K? That's hype. And then here you go. Yeah, it was Kenny Pacala and Grant Manley. Grant Manley, dude, the Shining Arceus. Holy cow. Yeah, Grant Manley basically cooked up the most diabolical control deck that you could have ever experienced in your life. It was absolutely diabolical. And the endgame loop, let's see. Show us the endgame loop, Grant. Okay. Yeah, that Kricketot is stuck. Scoop up net. We're resetting Delcatty. Use Bunnelby. Put the 2 cards back in your deck. Pass. Okay, here we go. Draw. And then Airmail. You get the whole combo. Surge, Belelba and Bryson Man. Mill the top 3 cards of your deck. Okay. Chip Ice Axe. Stack the top 3 cards. Stack 1 card on the top, on the top of the deck. Delcatty, 2 supporters back to the hand. Scoop up net, reset Delcatty. Buttlebee, put those 2 cards back. Pass. Bro, it's absolutely insane, bro. It's absolutely insane. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen in your life. Absolutely nuts. So, yeah. And Kenny scoops. Yeah, so colorless control was very broken in like early Gym Leader Challenge. And there had to be some Chip Ice Axe. I mean, we saw Grant kind of abusing that card. Yeah, so like there were certainly some control cards that needed to hit the ban list, as we saw from that display. Guess what, folks? Round number 4 is upon us. We got Ben Morris versus Hoop Dog. That's cool. The playmats. Okay, the playmats on the counter. I like our local league. He's getting comfortable with the new counter that we got there. That's what's up. Yeah, put your stuff on the counter. That's what it's for. You know. Yeah, I think Ben Morse kind of low-key advertising for morsemakes.com's got both his playmats there. Ben Morse 3-0 with colorless. Hooper 3-0 with psychic. All right, let's get into it. Jack Hooper was able to stun GLC League with back-to-back dubs. A couple weeks ago, one with fighting and one with Dragon now has Psychic that he can still win with. We're going to get to see Ben with his very cool, whimsical, colorless deck against Hoop Dog with Psychic. All right, round number 4 getting underway. We got Ben Morse on the left playing his colorless deck against Jack Hooper on the right with Psychic. Ben taking a quick search of his deck. Does have Buddy Buddy Poffin, so great start there for the colorless deck. Can go get Squovit and Fan Rotom. Bidoof down, Parallel City, and Lilies. I mean, dang, dude. I can't even open Buddy Buddy Poffin Lily's Determination in my freaking standard deck. You tell me Ben Moore's just the main character today doing it in Gym Leader Challenge. Just absolutely insane opening there. In a singleton format, to be able to go Buddy Buddy Poffin Lily's Determination, you're nuts. Yeah, absolutely nuts. Goes to 8. I gotta say Ben's got to be feeling pretty good about this start. I mean, with Jack just going Monkey Pass. Gotta like what you see. Town Map. Hisuian Heavy Ball Prize. That's funny. So Town Map, just a great card to play. I'm really excited to see more of our locals get back on the Town Map train, because Town Map is a card that I'm super high on right now. I think it's just so good. The prizes are usually... Yeah, one of the most devastating things about playing a singleton deck in Gym Leader Challenge is the fact that you got to set 6 cards aside, right? And can't play with them for the game. However, Town Map just like fixes that, right? And you can use any of your powerful supporter cards that can tutor an item, can go find it whenever you want, right? And that's one of the things I really love about Town Map, is that you can Arven for it, you can Teammates for it, you can Raihan for it. Any of your item searching cards can go get it. So when you're taking a knockout, you could just say like, oh, I'll Teammates, get Town Map, and there's a piece I need in the prizes. So instead of like using Teammates or Raihan to go get the piece you need out of the deck, if it's in the prizes, you just go get Town Map and then select it off the prizes, right? So I really like Town Map and aggressive decks that can take prizes. Like pretty much no matter what's in the prize cards, colorless is going to be able to take some early prizes. I mean, you've got Fan Rotom. You can Hisuian Heavy Ball for Fan Rotom if you have to. You got Snorlax. You got ways to take quick knockouts. You got Diggersby, right? Very aggressive Pokemon. Dealing 140 damage for just one. So I feel like Town Map is a really good fit for fighting decks. I think it's also a really good fit for this colorless deck too. All right, Jack just has to play N. N finds Nest Ball. Nest Ball for Mew, but Jack needs a lot more going on than this. Doesn't have too much going on, so it has to retreat to Mew. Mew, Mysterious Tail. Look at the top 6 and take an item he finds there. Put into the hand. No good items, really. I mean, just the Rescue Stretcher? Sure. I mean, it's not what you want. And Ben had a pretty easy time just getting that Fan Rotom activated this next turn for an Assault Landing. So that Mew is probably not living the turn. Yeah, Giratina is getting dropped from hand. That's not how you want to do it. You'd rather proc the Giratina from the discard pile, but having just another body there does feel good, as Ben is probably going to go on the aggressive this next turn. Has Evolution Incense, go get Bibarel. So Ben was able to beat John Patterson last round on the metal deck. Again, this colorless deck does have a lot of evolution-based attackers in it, so I think Ben, it's looking like the field is pretty clear of fighting decks. I mean, so maybe Ben won't have to play against any fighting decks. If Ben doesn't have to play against any fighting decks, colorless is going to have a good time. We see Cypher Maniacs, Code Breaking is going to be the supporter of choice. I have to imagine that Ben wants to go Jet Energy, stack the Jet Energy, draw into it. If you stack Jet Energy, you could just... It's exactly what you want, right? Because you want the switch and you want the energy for Fan Rotom. Stadium is already... That box is already checked. So you don't have to worry about that. Stack those 2 cards on top. Cypher Mania. Oh, Jet Energy already in hand, actually. So here comes Fan Rotom. Bottleby down, and then Nest Dash. The squirrel that keeps the whole deck churning. Nest Dash allows you to put your whole hand to the bottom of the deck, draw 1 card. And now the engine is established. Fan Rotom, Assault Landing. And Hoop has got his back up against the wall. Has Raihan, I guess. But that's not really doing a lot. This Parallel City, I mean, it's crazy how powerful Parallel City is in this format. I mean, Parallel City is just one of the strongest stadium cards ever printed. It is insane. And Parallel City, one of the best things to defend against a Parallel City is playing your own Parallel City, right? Because one of the best things that Jack could do against Ben's board right now would be to play Parallel City. But can't do that because there's already a Parallel City in play. The Parallel City Wars are very real in Gym Leader Challenge formats. So much so that many people like playing Chaotic Swell to defend against it. But there's almost no better defense for Parallel City than Parallel City. Yeah, Parallel City, one of the funny two-sided stadiums that was printed during the X and Y block. And before you put the stadium into play, you had to decide which side was facing who, right? So you've got the blue side and the red side. The blue side, whichever, player is being faced with the blue side of Parallel can only have 3 bench Pokemon, has to discard Pokemon until they have 3 bench Pokemon if they have more than that. And then the player with the red side, their fire, grass, and water Pokemon do 20 less damage. Obviously, if you're not playing a grass, fire, or water deck, then Parallel City is just a free, one-sided, bench limiter, which is just one of the most powerful effects that you could possibly do on a stadium card. As a lot of Gym Leader Challenge decks, have kind of combos that trigger off each other. Like Pokemon that have abilities that kind of bounce off each other, and you're able to really piece together these very powerful boards and piece together these very powerful combinations. But Parallel City is the ultimate check to that, right? No, you can't have 5 different abilities all triggering, and kind of comboing off during your turn. You're going to have to remove a couple of things. It also can punish players who spread their bench out too wide, and really put a lot of pressure on your opponent's recovery cards too, as sometimes it's if you're taking a knockout and using Parallel on a 5 bench board, you're removing 3 cards from your opponent's board, right? Which is just a lot to do. So you're definitely putting pressure on the recovery cards also. Ben's got Guzma. I'm going to take this knockout with Dodrio. Dodrio may only have 2 damage counters on it, but Ballistic Beak will be dealing 70 damage. Natu's only got 40 hit points, so that's an easy knockout. And Ben will take the first prize of the game. We'll see what Jack is able to do to try and come back from this. That Enhanced Hammer from Ben, slowing Jack down just a little bit, as now he will not be able to attack with Monkey Dory or even pivot with it, right? So just kind of a tough break there for Jack. Jack does have Verse Seeker for N. So I'm going to shuffle up, see 6 new cards. Would like to find Curlia to start drawing with its Refinement ability. But without any energy accelerators in play and no access to the recently banned Dimension Valley, Jack will have to get 3 energy on this Giratina in order to attack with it, which is going to be pretty tough to negotiate off an end to 6. You would have to find Wondrous Patch, I think, and a way to pivot. The monkey, it's just not happening, right? It's probably just got to go Mystery Energy to Giratina Pass again, right? Doesn't feel great. Guess you go retreat into Mew, go for something else. My problem with this is that Jack's not much closer to attacking. Does find Field Blower to finally get rid of this parallel. So actually can use the Fog Crystal in his hand now to go get another Pokemon, maybe like Inkay. Something to allow Jack to start accelerating some energy into play. So the Natu already got taken out. Having the Mystery Energy on the Monkey Dory is nice, as it will act as a free retreat pivot in the turns ahead. Having a free retreat pivot is a very big deal, since you've got cards like Malamar, which can only charge energy to the bench with its Psychic Recharge ability. Ben's got a Zooming Draw. And Guzmahala. Zooming Draw means the Dodrio is going to be dealing 100 damage this turn. So more than enough to take the knockout. Guzmahala can maybe just go get double turbo energy. I like just putting the double turbo energy onto Hop Snorlax. Getting that extra energy drop just means that your board is getting more stable, right? Ben is kind of like at this point winning the energy attachment war, which is funny since Ben's deck doesn't accelerate energy into play, where Jack has multiple energy accelerators in the deck. Jack has just not been able to get things going as quickly. The Risky Ruins being grabbed off of the Guzmahala as well, signaling that maybe Ben wants to try and proc Pidove eventually, so that it can instantly evolve into Unpheasant. U-turn board to Dodrio, Risky Ruins going down. And Industrial Synthesizer is going to fill the hand to 5. And I like this play from Ben, saving the Dodrio for later. Fan Rotom will take the knockouts with Assault Landing for 70 damage, thanks to the Risky Ruins that got put into play. Jack very quickly slams the Lily's Determination, says, I need to go see 8 cards. I mean, at this point, Ben is already up 3 prizes. Jack's board is looking very thin. The Psychic deck has a lot of comeback potential. It does. I mean, you've got the crazy plays you can cook up with Natu, the Blindside TM, all that. But there does become a point where things have just gotten a little bit out of hand, and I feel like we're getting to that point now where Ben is just up so much in this game. And that is the weakness of the Psychic deck, is that it can kind of get bullied off the board sometimes if you're not drawing well. Its high-end potential is very high. I'd say it's like the ultimate mid-range deck is kind of what the Psychic deck feels like. You're not very fast. You don't hit the biggest numbers in the game, but you are like the ultimate mid-range deck. The colorless deck, on the other hand, is very fast. Can get out the gates quickly, can go trade. Can trade as good as any other deck in the format, and that's its strength. I've even gone like 1-to-1 prizes with colorless playing my fighting deck, because the fighting deck's very good at doing that also, but the colorless could do it just as good. Really, if you're not trying to spread damage against the colorless deck, it's very easy for them to just go tit for tat. and keep up with you. They've got their Hops Cramorants can very easily trade in the mid game. You've got Fan Rotom can very easily take knockouts in the beginning of the game. You've got Diggersby can take big knockouts. Dodrio on Pheasant, Hop Snorlax. It's all very easy to piece together. So it's no wonder that the colorless deck still has some legs here in GLC, in spite of the fact that fighting has been very popular because of how efficiently it trades. And we're seeing that Ben is able to kind of run down Jack in this round 4. I see Jack just kind of like going through it, just like not happy with any of the draws that he's seeing. I mean, Jack hasn't even attacked yet. Just has to beach for more. I mean, that's how far behind Jack is in this game. Hasn't even launched a damaging attack yet. And now the Malamar is getting slain. Fan Rotom, Muscle Band versus Seeker for Boss's Orders, or Guzma, whichever. I think it's Guzma in the discard pile. Bieberell, Zooming Draw, Assault Landing for 90. Ben saying, I'm not even going to take this Hops Cramorant off my prizes because I don't think you're getting to 4 prizes this game. And I think he's right. Ben's got the built-up Hop Snorlax on the bench. The Muscle Band Fan Rotom's been putting in a lot of work for Ben. Ben has been able to use this card very aggressively in the games that we've seen him play on stream so far. It looks like Hunter Horak, is the other 3-0, got down paired into John Patterson this round. So our 3-0, our undefeated players right now are Jack Hooper, Ben Morse, and Hunter Horak. 22 players tonight. Jack Scott's Curlia out. So Curlia can finally start to draw some cards with Refinement. It just feels like it is just, there's too much ground for Jack to have to cover here. With such a weak board. And Jack's just gonna scoop. Yeah, I think Jack is just like tired of thinking about how to win this game. It's like, yeah, I'm down 2 prizes to 6. Like, let's just call it. And I think that's very reasonable. That's gonna do it for round number 4. Ben Morse knocking on the door of back-to-back wins. Has 1 more win to go. And then we'll have won back-to-back badges after kind of having a tough time getting those badges early on in the season. I mean, we're on week 39. Up until last week, Ben had only won 2. Last week, Ben got his 3rd. This week, Ben could get his 4th. Ben could just kind of like skip hop his way to 4 badges, something that nobody else here at GLC League has been able to do so far, other than Alex Carpenter, who's at 6. We looked at the calendar earlier in the night, and there are exactly 10 weeks remaining for this GLC season, in order for somebody to catch Alex Carpenter, they would have to win 3. One of our 3 badge havers would have to win 3 of those final 10, which is possible, but I mean, asking a lot, right? Yeah, certainly not to say that it can't be done. But if Ben could win this one, then he would have to win 2 of his final 9. That is, I mean, that's a lot better than 3 of 10. A lot better than 3 of 10. It's, man, looking back at that Astral Radiance tournament, it is really cool to look at kind of how much ground Gym Leader Challenge has covered over the years. I mean, it's really really pretty neat. The very first GLC Cash tournament that we ever held was Fusion Strike. Our Fusion Strike 1K. We had Trey versus JW. JW with his Lightning deck. Trey with his Psychic deck. Man, just how cool is that? Amazing Raikou. Ampharos in the Lightning deck. Man, it is really, really fun to like look back through all these different kind of iterations of Gym Leader Challenge and how much the deck building and everything has kind of grown since then. I think JW came back and made finals again the very next GLC Cash tournament with his Darkness deck. Oh, that's standard. Did he? No, this is the one where Mike Gibbs won with Grass against Azul in the finals with colorless control. JW ended up winning one of them with Darkness, I think. There it is. Dude, look at the hand cam, man. Dang. Bring back hand cams, you know? Trevor was playing colorless. God, look at this old Snorlax we used to play. Before the... like, this used to be like the goated Snorlax. Collapse 3 for 120. Collect, draw 2. Yo, Collect kind of broken. Look at this Bidoof, dude. Insanity. Yeah, one day I'll get the hand cams added back to the production. Dang, those hand cams looking slick, dude. Not gonna lie. Make hand cams a tip goal? Oh my god, dude. I can't do that. It could. I guess we could. The hand cams, I mean, right now, I just got the face cams put down there, right? So, we've got the 2 face cams. We've got this camera. I've got that camera, which I've decided I'm done taking that camera. I'm done taking this camera down and moving it around, right? Because like that camera, Jesse and I do tabletop like every Wednesday, right? So like it takes an enormous amount of my time to set that camera back up. So like I keep that camera there now for our tabletop because that's Jesse and I do that, right? So we do that. I've got that camera. That's all my cameras. I've got that camera. So every camera that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's on a rig, so this one doesn't move. Ironically, it does move, but it is not a camera that can be relocated. It is a camera that is installed there. And then this one. So I would need 2 more cameras. We would need 2 more cameras. All right. Let me show you. Let's take a look. The thing that I use to the thing that I use, yeah, let's go over to bnhphoto.com. All right. Let's see, truss, camera mount. I mean, dude, this thing alone is $250. Just the thing that I use to mount the camera. Just the thing that I use to mount my cameras down there. I have 3 of these down there to mount my cameras to the truss system. I have 3 of them. That's $750 worth of this. Can you believe that 3 pieces of metal like this cost $250? It just does. There's no cheaper one. This is the one that exists. There's one company that makes it. Ironically, B&H stands for bring and back hand cams. Yeah. So I would need 2 of these. So that's $500 right there. Okay. And then I use Canon camcorders. But like, okay, so the thing about doing hand cams is that you really need a camera with dual pixel autofocus, because these cameras that I have here do not have dual pixel autofocus, but these cameras do pretty well with faces. They're like a cheaper model than this one. These are my nicest cameras. They have dual pixel autofocus, this one and this one. These are like my 2 nicest cameras because they focus on the cards really well, because they have like a very nice like auto-focusing thing that allows them to like really pick up and focus on the card. Like, see how quickly that's snapped to the card, you know? Like, it's even in low light right now because I don't have it lit, but like it's very good at like, do you see how nice that does? It just does a really good job handling like focus, right? Like almost flawlessly. I can't say the same for this camera. This camera sucks at that, okay? It's not very good at it. So for hand cams, I would want a camera with dual pixel autofocus because those are the ones that snap to the cards like really well. Because I could spend thousands of dollars getting cameras that wouldn't autofocus to the cards in the hand very well. Why would I do that, right? So it's like, I don't want to do that. So with dual pixel autofocus, we're talking the XA70. That's $2,700. All right. You're talking $2,700, plus you're talking the $250 from the mount. That's $3,000, right? Times 2. It's a $6,000 upgrade. Yeah, $6,000 upgrade, baby. Yeah. Now, I already have one of these. I have 2 of these, actually. But I have a XA70 right here. I mean, like, that's... We have 2. I just have one here. You know? I have one here, and I have one here. Those are my 2. That's $7,000 worth of camera right there. So I just need $7,000 more. Or I need $6,000. That's $5,000 worth of camera right there. I need $6,000 more worth of camera. It's like, that'd be dope. I just can't justify it. you know? $60 people tip $100. Stexon, I know. Well, God bless you, Stexon. I appreciate everything that you've done to support the channel. I guess I could, I could start a campaign for it. Potentially. To get hand cams back. It would be pretty fire. I mean, it would. I'd have to think about how I'm going to, like, where would they go on the rig, right? I don't know that where would they freaking go, dude? There's probably, I don't know where they would go. They could sit on the counter. I guess. I guess they could live on the counter. You kind of like want them to be like over the shoulder. I mean, you kind of want them to be like right there, right? The thing is, I could almost like, I bet you I could like work the hand cam. Say you got it going like this, right? I wonder if this shot, you probably are not going to be able to, this shot is like just slightly out of range of being able to like see the hand, you know? It's like just slightly the wrong angle. I need to be like just a little bit further, because if this would look like pretty nice if this was a hand shot, but it's just not, right? Yeah, the real thing, feet cam. So that's really what we need. Clearly, that's what's needed. Clearly. While I'm here, I want to shout out Collect a Conway, the events I'm going to be attending in one day, 11 hours, dude. It's coming up May 9th and 10th. Flying out to Arkansas to visit Collect a Conway tomorrow. Here is the event schedule. Very cool. You got a Gym Leader Challenge tournament happening on Saturday. I'm playing in that. And then on Sunday, there's standard tournaments. I have my meet and greets as well. Yo, trade night at the Hilton? Trade night at the Hilton? Hey, yo, gotta bring my trades, dude. Gonna be a bunch of cool guests, vendors, all that. Should be a great time. So definitely make sure to check that out if you are in the area. Gonna be a lot of fun. So look forward to that. All right, folks, we've got round 5 coming up in just a few minutes. Going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with round number 5 after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for being here. This tournament is sponsored by Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokémon TCG. Dragon Shield sleeves are super durable, making them perfect for tournament play and collecting. They also come in a huge variety of colors, so there's always a great choice to match your deck. You can even turn your favorite photograph or design into a custom box of Dragon Shield sleeves using the Sleeve Crafter on DragonShield.com. Head over to DragonShield.com and place an order for your favorite sleeves today. Use code TrickyJim at checkout for 5% off your order. Again, that's DragonShield.com for the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield for being a continued sponsor of the channel. All right, y'all. It all comes down to this. Fifth and final round of Gym Leader Challenge League nights. Ben Morse, Hunter Horak. Colorless versus Water. Not decks that we've seen win in the last few weeks, so going to be an awesome finale regardless of who takes it home. Will it be Ben with the back-to-back wins after going through a bit of a lull for himself in the first half of the season? Now potentially catapulting himself into second place with a win. I think Hunter also has 3 badges. So, does he? Or does Hunter have 1? What's Hunter have? Yeah, Hunter's got 3. So, regardless of who takes this one home, Ben or Hunter, we are going to see our first player emerge out of the 3-badge chase pack with a 4th badge to start to challenge Alex Carpenter's dominant 6 badges so far. So a really big night here, as it is going to be either Hunter or Ben's 4th badge of the season. Just 9 GLC League nights remain after this one until the season concludes. So if one of these players wants to catch up with Alex Carpenter, they're going to have to win this next round and then win 2 of the final 9 remaining league nights for the 2026 season. The season resets in July. Ben Morse playing his colorless deck has been doing a great job with the Diggersby. Colorless can just put on a lot of pressure. Now, the weakness that Ben has going into this matchup is that he does not have a Pokemon that can easily dispose of Wailord. So that is going to be something the Hunter may be able to leverage in the match. And here we go. 5th and final round is underway. Hunter Horak playing first. Looks like he's got a whale in the active spot. Energy. Irida in hand, so not a dead hand, but nothing else to be done. This turn 1 going first. What can Ben do to get things established? Looks like has P-Dove, U-turn board to Bunnelby, and Lily's Determination. That's how you know Ben is the main character tonight. Back-to-back games opens Lily's Determination going second. I literally cannot do that in standard format, guys. I can't do that in standard when I get to play 4 copies of Lily's Determination. Yet Ben out here on stream, making it look easy. We'll get to Lily's and go to 8, going second. Turn 1, as good of a start as it gets. Would love to find an ounce to that fan rotom. Would love to find an ounce of that fan rotom. Obviously, Buddy Buddy Poffin would be very good. Find Hisuian Heavy Ball, so I guess we'll take a look at the prize cards. See what we got. Now town map. We have to flip those prize cards right over. See, like almost got a nice, yeah, it's kind of a nice hand shot there. It's not bad, you know, it's not bad. I can actually, I can kind of work it from this angle. Just saying. It depends on how the players kind of hold their hands. All right, deck search cam. Bang. Just saying. Angle could be slightly better, but it's pretty good. It's got to be on top of the production. Kind of looks nice. Just saying. Okay. Yeah, just save $6,000 right there. Bang. I mean, it's ideal. I mean, honestly, it's ideal to have the hand cam on the remote control camera because I can like follow their hands, you know? Like I can just be like, yeah, if I need to adjust it slightly, I can. Zoom out slightly, I can. Right? Dang, kind of beast, just saying. Kind of beastly. All right. Maybe the pan zoom tilt camera gets there. So we got Buddy Poffin. Second energy to Whale. And now Hunter's board is looking a lot stronger. Irida, Buddy Poffin gets kind of the whole party started. Now tag call from Ben. What are we going to tag call for? Probably Guzma and Hala. Oh, yeah. Want to Cynthia and Caitlin too? Looks like going to discard Hops, Cram, and Boss potentially. Capture Energy and Boss. Ben having a really tough time figuring this one out. It's got the Lost City and the Bidoof in hand. Cramorants. It looks like it is going to be Gift Energy and Boss's Orders. No? Is there something else? All right. Going to be Gift Energy and Boss's Orders. Final answer. Can go get Artisan. Is there a tool card worth getting? You're just going for a 2-hit KO on the Whale, right? Like, you kind of know that. You didn't get to use Fan Rotom this game. So now you're going to kind of have to piecemeal together the setup. Capture Energy obviously feels very good because you got Artisan. Artisan can go get one Pokemon. Maybe you still get Fan Rotom. I mean, Fan Rotom is still punching, right? And then you could use Fan Rotom, Capture Energy, go get Diggersby. Well, there's already Bunnelby. Yeah, so go get, like, I don't know, Orangaroo or something, right? You tell Ben's going through it because his hand is not great. I mean, the Lily to 8 was, like, fantastic. But then you see how much this deck struggles when it doesn't get the Fan Rotom, right? Because Fan Call just goes and gets your whole board. But Fan Call can only be used on the first turn of the game, so looks like Ben going for Hops Snorlax potentially. Does have Bidoof. And Hops Cramorants. Might go Capture Energy on a Hops Snorlax. The thing is, Hops Snorlax, what, is doing... 140, but with double turbo energy. Oh, wow. Actually, yeah, double turbo energy Hop's Choice Band. I mean, you're just getting in there. Dynamic press for 170 minus 20 for the double turbo. 150 plus 30, that's 180. And will do 80 damage to itself. So the question is, can Hunter actually respond here? That's a big turn from Ben. Guzmahala just putting this all together. The Hop's Choice Band making it so that Hop Snorlax attack costs 1 colorless less, double turbo energy, fulfilling a double energy on the Hop Snorlax, but at the cost of decreasing its damage output by 20. Wishy-washy getting the grab off of Artisan. And Versus Seeker going to get Irida. I mean, it's as good as it gets, right? Just Irida is usually all you want. Rare Candy backs Caliber. Oh, boy. Here it is. And Bucket in hand. Wow. Wow. Let's go. Hunter not going down without a fight. That Wailord may have taken a punishing, but backs Caliber online now. Wishy-washy on the bench with an energy, superior energy retrieval in hand as well. So if Ben takes this knockout, Hunter will be able to go in with a different attacker next. The question is, can Ben... I don't think Ben's going to be able to pull off something nasty like a Hex knockout. That would obviously be very good. Fan Rotom is kind of the ideal attacker here for Ben. Can use Capture Energy, go get a Rangaroo. Keep in mind, Ben does not have Squovit in play. So we'll have to just instruct and draw to 3. Doesn't get to just freely put his hand to the bottom of the deck. Hunter does have N in hand, too, so could still play a supporter to keep establishing the board. Lost City, gonna put this Wailord away. This is really big. Instruct for 2. Ben finds Arvin as supporter for turn. Arvin can go get... I mean, you could go get Versus Seeker if you wanted to have a good supporter for next turn. Evolution Incense, obviously, is very good to go get the Beebrel. You probably just want to do that. Yeah, Evolution Incense, get Beebrel, and then you've got Town Map you've already played. And you could just hand select your prizes for the rest of the game. I mean, it's so good, right? You say, I want the... I mean, the Diggersby in the prizes. I mean, the Town Map, just allowing that Diggersby to get selected is such a big deal, too. As we know that is one of Ben's premier attackers in the deck. Looks like Ben is deciding to get Ultra Ball off the Arvin to maybe thin the hand down to draw more cards with Beebrel to get a more industrious incisors. And that's a good choice. Ditching the Risky Ruins and the Escape Rope off of that Ultra Ball. Now he's going to get 5 cards to work with. See what he's got. Fan Rotom. We'll take the Diggersby gladly. Hunter's got some pretty good cards in his hand. He's got N. He's got Superior. So the Wishy-Washy can very easily take this knockout. You just got to figure out... Oh, he's got regular energy retrieval too, right? Kind of considering using Ultra Ball. Ooh, don't, Hunter, don't. I mean, you can, I guess. Ditching the energy retrieval? I mean, yeah, you could go get Octillery first, I suppose. I don't know. The energy retrieval is such a good resource in this deck, though, you know? And now I guess you could just save the Superior, go Night Stretcher for an energy. Attach water to the active and go that way. With the Wishy-Washy. I don't think you really want a Superior or any of this stuff, do you? Right? So... yeah, I almost liked just go energy retrieval. Yeah, Hunter also could have used the energy retrieval, right? To get 2 energy from the discard pile. Ultra Balled 1 of those energy away. Yeah. And then you attach the 1 to the active, right? Yeah. So that was just a misplay by Hunter for sure. Because then you +1 energy, you get an energy to attach to the Wishy-Washy. You just lost the 4 energy, so you know the 4 energy are in the discard pile. Yeah, that would have been the best way to line that up, certainly. All right, so Hunter's going to get 5 cards. And so will Ben. Hunter going to have to play the rest of the game without this Wailord, though. But there's still some big fish left in the sea. Like this Wishy-Washy here. I mean, like, to be honest, Ben doesn't have a good way to deal with the Wishy-Washy either. It's got 180 freaking hit points. And the Hops Snorlax has already been used. So, like, it's like, yeah, you dealt with one big fish, but then you've got this big fish. He's huge. All right, I got a level ball for Drizzile, Shady Dealings. And what are we going to get off Shady Dealings? Hisuian Heavy Ball. Maybe the Kyogre is prized, so that's probably what Hunter is doing here. You've got your backup fish, right? Like you've got Kyogre and you've got the Wishy-Washy. Those two are like, I mean, they're nuts, right? Like Wishy-Washy is just a basic with 180 hit points that does 130 damage. I mean, just no basic in GLC has 180 hit points except for Wishy-Washy. It's the biggest basic in the format, right? Now, at the downside of it is that it's got the scatter ability, which can send it back into the deck if it has damage counters on it. However, it doesn't matter if it doesn't give up a prize card. It's like, okay, it's doing its job, right? And we'll see what Ben has to do. Again, Hop's Choice Band is already down. Powerful colorless energy in the prizes. It looks like Ben is going to opt to gust up the Drizzile. I guess Riley actuallying me in the chat. Okie dokie with the darkness energy is bigger. I guess that's an ability assisted hit points. Well, I can one actually you even you even further. Stack Attacka actually. There is a Stack Attacka from Unbroken Bonds with the Wall of Stone ability, makes it have 200 HP. So yeah, it looks like Diggersby going to take this knockout. Now, actually, Ben's deck does have a way to deal 180 damage. The Unpheasant with the Boundless Power attack, right? So that's probably what Ben is trying to line up. You take this Gust knockout with Diggersby, right? And then you do 30 damage to all your own bench Pokemon. The Pidove is on the bench. Pidove, whatever. So Pidove, going to take 30 from the Earthquake. And then Ben will be able to use that Emergency Evolution ability on the Pidove. And can like deal with the Wishy-Washy potentially. That's kind of like the best line that I'm seeing. Now Hunter sending up the Kyogre. So this might just be a Kyogre turn from Hunter. That's what it's kind of looking like. Dynamic Wave. Be kind of nasty. With teammates in hand, like, yep, it's looking like that is indeed going to be a thing. We got Earthen Vessel, discard Ball Guy. Don't need that anymore. Just one water left in deck. Now, that is my concern. I really did not like Hunter just discarding that energy retrieval so willy-nilly. I would hate this game to come down to Hunter just running out of energy. You got to keep in mind, Hunter's got the Superior left, and then Nessa is kind of it. But there are no energy left in the deck. As we just saw, Earthen Vessel only searched out one water energy. So at this point, Hunter's got one splash energy left, which we see he's kind of eyeing up over there. He's got the splash energy. He's using teammates right now. Looks like he's selecting Silent Lab. Okay. Is Hunter going to put Silent Lab into play in the hopes that I kind of like Kyogre, knockout Bidoof, play Silent Lab, right? Or knockout Bibarel, play Silent Lab, right? Like that's kind of cool. Because you might be able to just, and then this Superior only being used for 3, that's unfortunate for sure. And Kyogre, take out the Bibarel. I really wanted to see the Bibarel go down. I like the Silent Lab play, but to me, the Silent Lab play is like really bad without taking the Bibarel. However, it's still really crazy because like now by leaving the Diggersby there, you make it so that if Diggersby attacks again, it will knock out Squovit and Pidove, right? So kind of a devastating, like a game-losing situation. Ben cannot attack with a Diggersby. Diggersby's got a retreat cost of 4, by the way. He's fat. As fat as it gets. And it looks like the Silent Lab did actually catch Ben slipping. I mean, it turned off like Ben needs that ability on the Oranguru, needs the ability on the Squovit to like go see what the next 5 cards are, right? And now Volkner, I mean, just such a weak supporter to have. I mean, I get it because it's just a supporter that can go get an item. And in a deck that draws so many cards, Item tutoring is very good. It's the same reason why I'm playing like Skyla in my fighting deck right now, just because I'm already playing Arvin, but having a second card that can just tutor any trainer you want while you're drawing as many cards as you want is extremely good. So Volkner in this deck right now is kind of like almost like a second Arvin, and just allow you to tutor an exact item that you need when you need it. And the bonus of also providing a lightning energy, Ben just deciding to play lightning energy as the basic energies of choice. You know, when you don't have to play a draw supporter every turn, thanks to your powerful abilities, having supporters that tutor cards is very good. But Ben here kind of just showing the weakness of that draw engine being so ability reliant is now the single Silent Lab shutting Ben down in devastating fashion. I mean, like, dude, you can't even attack with Diggersby. You just lose on, lose on board. You nearly lose on board if you just say Earthquake, because you knock out 2 of your own bench Pokemon, and then all Hunter has to do is find a way to knock out Diggersby and it's over. A nice stretcher for Cram. All right, maybe Hunter was goated for taking out the Cram. And Jet Energy. But that's not a knockout yet. Okay, now it is. No, Silent Lab. All right, Bibarel. And this is why I liked taking out the Bibarel, right? Because now Ben is still drawing cards. I almost might have preferred it if you kind of leave Ben without that. I mean, the whole deck. The whole deck struggles. If you don't have Bibarel there to draw. Hops Cramorant will take that knockout. Ben going to 3, tie game. Ben weathering the Silent Lab turn, but the Silent Lab is still in play. So Hunter can just roll that back into this next turn. Also, I would even say that Silent Lab is preferable when you've got the Wishy-Washy out, right? And now Hunter can actually just use Kyogre with Nessa and just take out the Diggersby. I mean, maybe you just take out or the Bibarel. I mean, either one. This Hops Cramorant is going to be useless after this. And the Nessa play is just so good there. I mean, this puts Hunter in an extremely dominant situation. I like Hunter's decision to take out the Bibarel. Again, if the Diggersby attacks as it is, Hunter wins because the Pidove and the Squirrel will die. Now, Ben does play Damage Mover to move damage off his own Pokemon, so that could be a thing. But the Silent Lab, I think, is really proving to be problematic for Ben. Zooming Draw will get 1 card. Is it a Night Stretcher? Taking a look at his discard pile. Night Stretcher. Is there anything in that discard pile that can save you, Ben? not having draw is just bringing this whole colorless engine to a standstill, really. Not having the squirrel, not having that instruct available. Just absolutely devastating. The Silent Lab has been a defining play of this final game. I see Ben just weighing what to play this Night Stretcher for. Is there anything that really makes sense? Eyeing up the Bidoof potentially. Looks like it is going to be the Bidoof after all. And then it's got Super Rod. Can put the Bibarel back in. But at the end of the day, Ben needs to be able to trade. I mean, Hunter already has the wishy-washy backup. It's got all these energy in hand. Isn't drawing extra cards. The Bibarel got knocked out. I mean, it's looking scuffed. Diggersby, you lose the game if you attack with Diggersby here. So like, I don't really see how like Ben needs to get out of the Silent Lab Stadium to evolve the Pidove. I just don't know if Ben has a realistic way to make any magic happen. Oh, not the Dodrio. Poke for 60. Brutal. When you know that Hunter already has those energy in hand, at this point, the game is all but a win for Hunter. I mean, he just needs to put it in at this point. Hex Maniac this next turn too. I mean, it's going to be a Hex knockout. Yep. Hex. Probably just, sure. Knock out the Diggersby, or knock out the Dodrio and say like, all right, if you swing with Diggersby, you lose. That's so tough. Ben's just got 3 prizes left, but Hunter with 1 prize remaining. Attackers on board. Hex played. Has got everything lining up for him just right. Now, Ben has Hex, which is funny because that might buy him a turn. Unless Hunter has Guzma. He's got nothing else to do, so has to pass. Scoop up net. And that is game. Hunter Horak 5-0 with the water deck is your GLC Week 39 winner. Hunter Horak also the first player to get to a 4th badge this season, not named Alex Carpenter. So Hunter now in second place for the badge race behind his good friend Alex Carpenter. Oh, and thank you so much for the sub, Winter. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you next week. I heard that we've got the Pittsburgh folk traveling out to Akron next Thursday. I think there's a birthday celebration as the special occasion. So look forward to seeing you all. And that is going to do it from me tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you for your interest in Gym Leader Challenge formats. If you want to watch more GLC, we produce GLC League Nights here Thursday nights on Tricky Gym. I also release Gym Leader Challenge content on my YouTube channel. And we've got the Gym Leader Challenge $3,000 cash tournament coming up to celebrate the release of Chaos Rising on May 24th. So, huge GLC events happening with all of the set releases. We just had our Perfect Order one, which Winter won with the release of Perfect Order. Chaos Rising will have one, and Pitch Black will have another massive 3K in the summer. So, going to be a lot of fun. Lots of exciting GLC content on the way. Again, make sure to check out the sponsor, FullGripGames.com, for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product. Shopping at FullGripGames.com directly supports the content that I create here on Tricky Gym. And DragonShield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyGym at checkout on DragonShield.com for 5% off your order. That's it from me tonight. Thank you, Vamos Gaming Systems, for that Prime sub over on Twitch. And I'll be back next week with some more Pokemon TCG content. I am off to Arkansas tomorrow for the Collect a Conway event in Conway, Arkansas.